hidayah dan taufik-Mu. Ya Rabb, permudahkanlah urusan kami di dunia dan urusan kami di akhirat. Jadikanlah kami hamba-Mu yang sentiasa bersyukur kepada-Mu. Ya Rabb, jadikanlah kami manusia yang sentiasa mencintai-Mu. Jadikanlah apa yang kami lakukan ini sebagai suatu amal ibadah yang diterima, serta berkatilah majlis kami pada hari ini. Sempena majlis UTM IBD and UNJ One Day Workshop on Biohealth Entropic Herbal and Microbial Resources. Ya Rabb, tetapkanlah niat di hati kami agar apa yang kami lakukan adalah semata-mata kerana-Mu. Ya Rabb, peliharalah kesihatan kami, berikanlah ketenangan jiwa serta jauhilah kami daripada perasaan resah dan gelisah. Ya Rabb, kami mohon Kau permudahkanlah dan kurniakanlah kelancaran lisan kepada para pembentang yang akan mengambil bahagian pada hari ini. Kurniakanlah kami kejayaan dan semoga ia menjadi pembuka jalan untuk kami menjadi hamba-Mu yang soleh. Perbaikilah akhlak kami, jadikanlah kami umat-Mu yang mempunyai sasia diri yang baik. Dorongkanlah hati kami untuk melakukan amalan yang membawa kami ke syurga-Mu, dan jauhkanlah kami daripada melakukan amalan yang membawa kami ke neraka-Mu, serta redailah kami. Ya Rabb, ampunkanlah dosa-dosa kami, dosa kedua ibu bapa kami, pasangan kami, anak-anak kami, kaum keluarga kami, guru-guru kami, sahabat-sahabat kami dan serta sekalian muslimin muslimat. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadza jam'an marhumah wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'sumah wa la tada' fina wa la ma'ana syaqiyya wa la mahruma wa la mahruda. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-huda wat-tuqa wal 'afafa wal ghina. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you, Mr. Shahizwan, for the dua. Now, please turn on your camera as a sign of respect to our national anthem, Negaraku and Indonesia Raya. Thank you.
Maju Jam 4. Ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize for the technical problem. Record. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to formally start this program, may we call our director, Professor Dr. Hisham Ali El-Inshasi, for his opening remarks. Please welcome, Professor.
Kenapa? Pak Said kira-kira jam 9:30. Sore. Kira-kira 8:30. Sorry. Kira-kira.
Okay. We start. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And greeting to all. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. And a very good morning, Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail, Vice Chancellor, University of Technology, Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Kamaruddin, Rector, University Negeri Jakarta. Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Rosli Ilyas, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation. Yang Berbahagia, Dr. Totok Bintoro, Vice Rector, University Negeri Jakarta. Associate Professor Dr. Rozhanida Binti Rahman, Chair of Research Alliance Health and Wellness, and Professor Dr. Mokti Ningsi, that's the Dean of University Negeri Jakarta. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. On behalf of the Institute of Bioproducts Development, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your presence in this one-day workshop with the themes Biohealth, Tropical Health, and Microbial Resources, in conjunction with celebrating our success for achieving 50 joint publication between UTM, Institute of Bioproducts Development, and University Negeri Jakarta. This is a great milestone in our collaboration because usually it's questionable, is this MOU work or not working? Is this collaboration work or not working? And Alhamdulillah, with our collaboration, we showed that it's Alhamdulillah, it was working very well. This one-day program is another productive collaboration activity between a series of courses, conferences jointly organized by our two institutions. Moreover, the effort between the two partners now created a series of success bilateral relations in both institutions, especially in research and innovation. Actually, our collaboration, I still remember, started informal on the 26th of March, 2018, when I received an email through ResearchGate from Dr. Dalia Sukmawati. Then we start collaboration from that point with Professor Mokti and a good team also from IBD, and we go through LOC on December 14th of December 2018, and formally MOU in August 25th, 2020. Despite the pandemic, which is affecting our collaboration plan, Alhamdulillah, we achieved a lot during that time, and we are expecting more collaboration in terms of the joint student supervision, as we are discussing now, joint research laboratories, and joint organizing international conferences, not only between us, but with our partners in Turkey, Japan, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt in the upcoming 2020 and 2023, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme of the biohealth in tropics, herbal and microbial resources, this event agenda will be looking at the most recent specific discoveries following from the herbal and microbial resources. This one-day workshop is an event intended to advance scientific research between UTM and University Negeri Jakarta. Researchers and students at the showcase of their academic knowledge. Now we start as a small group, now we go for the big family. Now we expect more and more, inshallah. I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the team at the Institute of Bioproducts Development and University Negeri Jakarta for making this event a reality and for their outstanding achievements. I'm also very thankful for our university's top management, Vice Chancellor, TNCBI, for their continuous support, which is make it possible today to celebrate our 50 joint publication in less than 3 years of signing an MOU. Let's work together now as a big family and continue for our success story, inshallah. Thank you very much. وبالله التوفيق والهداية والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Hisham, for that wonderful remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we continue our session with speech from our partner, Professor Dr. Muktiningsih M., Dean from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Please welcome Professor.
Thank you, Ms. Farah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, the Honorable Vice Rector and Development and Cooperation Affairs, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Dr. Toto Bintoro, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Professor Dr. Rusli M.D. Ilyas, the Honorable Director Institute of Bioproduct Development, Professor Dr. Rernat Hisham Ali L. Esansi, the Dean of Research and Alliance Associate Professor, Insinyur Dr. Rosanida Binti Rahman, Director of Graduate School, Dean, Head of Research and Community Development Office, Head of Teaching and Education Development Office, Vice Dean, Head of Department in Universitas Negeri Jakarta, all invited speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and pleasure for us to be able to gather and stay in touch on this occasional to celebrate the achievement of 50 publications together. Thanks to the Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin, MSc, and Vice Rector, Dr. Toto Bintoro, MPD, for many support for this activity. We also thank to Vice Chancellor Prof. Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail and Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Prof. Dr. Rusli, those who are willing to attend and open this event. Our special thanks go to Professor Hisham, who has initiated this event and continues to provide support so that this international collaboration continues and it is higher quality. Thank you to the UTM and UNJ team to contribute as a speakers in this one-day workshop by sharing information and experience about their respective fields. In 2020, the workshop will involve not only lecturer from Mathematics and Science Faculty from UNJ, but also we invite some lecture from the others faculty. For example, here we can provide the Dr. Neneng Sylvie from Faculty of Teknik UNJ. So I hope that future collaboration will continue to be developed by UNJ and UTM in various fields and involve more parties such as other faculty throughout UNJ to improve the quality of UNJ to become a reputable university in the Asia level. I wish we have a pleasant time at this workshop and have fruitful discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Muktiningsih, for the interesting and friendly speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are still on track for this session. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Toto Bintoro, Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, to share his speech. Please welcome Dr. Toto.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Komarudin, and the Vice Rector, Vice Chancellor of University Teknologi Malaysia UTM, Officer Montes, yang berbahagia Profesor Dato Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, UTM Deputy Vice Chancellor, Profesor Dr. Rusli Ilyas, Dean of Research and Alliance UTM, Associate Professor Insinyur Dr. Rosanida binti Rahman, Director of Institute of Bioproduct Development UTM, Profesor Dr. Hesam Eli Hasi, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Professor Dr. Muktiningsih, and the Vice Dean, the department's heads, all speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is my privilege as a UNJ Vice Rector for Planning and Cooperation Affairs to welcome all of you to UTM Institute of Bioproduct Development, IBD, and UNJ one-day workshop Biohealth in topic Herbal and Microbial Resources, which is collaborated between UTM IBD Malaysia and UNJ Indonesia. I am delighted that the collaboration between UTM IBD and UNJ has been conducted since 2017. A year after, UTM IBD and UNJ worked together to conduct a joint conference, IBWI, in 2018, building upon the success of the past joint conference with the average attendance of over 300 local and international delegates from several countries. UTM, IBD, and UNJ again conducted joint conference IPSB in 2019 and SMIC 2020. Besides the joint conference, UTM, IBD, and UNJ also do research collaboration and produce 50 joint publications today. Hence, UNJ and UTM have signed Memorandum of Understanding on academic program in 2020 that I believe will develop the collaboration program between two universities. Undoubtedly, the wide tradition of academic excellence, creativity, global perspective, innovation, and professional interaction between UTM, IBD, and UNJ will benefit society. We hope this collaboration can be more comprehensive and significantly impact UTM, IBD, and UNJ. Thank you very much. I wish you have a productive and fruitful event in the UTM, IBD, and UNJ one-day workshop. Good morning and bila taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Toto, for very supportive with our program. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Muhammad Rosli Ilyas, UTM Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, University Teknologi Malaysia. Please welcome Professor.
Thank you, Nur Farahia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings to all. Very good morning to Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Teknologis Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail, Vice Chancellor Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Komarudin MSI, Rektor Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Yang Berbahagia Dr. Totok Bintoro MPD, Vice Rektor Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Mungkining Sih N MSI, Dean Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Associate Professor Engineer Teknologi Dr. Roshanida Abdul Rahman, Chair of Research Alliance, Health and Wellness, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Prof. Dr. Hisham Ali Al-Sensei, Director Institut Pembangunan Bioproduct, IBD, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, all praises are due to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, blessing and salutation upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family and companion. I pray that may we always be guided by him and stay in their path until our last breath. Congratulations from the bottom of my heart to the committee of the one-day workshop webinar on biohealth in tropics, herbal and microbial resources, especially to the Director of Institute of Bioproduct Development, Prof. Dr. Hisham Ali Al-Sensei, as advisor to this event. Today, we celebrate the success of 50 joint publications between Institute of Bioproduct Development, UTM, and Universitas Negeri Jakarta with a joint webinar in a niche area of health and wellness. This is also in line with Envision UTM 2025. 5 strategic trusts, number 1 to 5, especially the institutional growth through unique niche and specialization for long-term sustainability. We are grateful for living in a tropical country abundant with plants that have high medicinal value and have been practiced traditionally since ages by many different races and culture. It is time for such scientific research to be developed by us for our future generation. Not just to generate income from it, but to reap benefit for the health and well-being of the nation. And while this pandemic will be endemic soon, health and wellness industry will still be growing and booming. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Institute of Bioproduct Development, IBD UTM, and Universitas Negeri Jakarta for their continuous and outstanding achievement. I am extremely proud of this effort. Let us work together to make more of this joint research, as innovation must go hand in hand with invention and commercialization. All the best and thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Rosli, for your interesting remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to call upon representative from our partner, Professor Dr. Komarudin from Universitas Negeri Jakarta to deliver his speech. Please welcome Professor Komarudin. From our partner, Professor Dr. Komarudin from Universitas Negeri Jakarta to deliver his speech. Please welcome Professor Komarudin. From our partner, Professor Dr. Komarudin from Universitas Ladies and gentlemen, we wait for a while for Professor Kamarudin. Thank
Yes,
you.
Farah. Thank you, Farah. Okay, please wait a moment because our rector still what the time is different. Okay, excuse me.
Selamat pagi, good morning.
Ya, terima kasih, Bu. Okay, please, Prof. Kamarudin.
Oke. Langsung, Bu Mukti.
Langsung Pak Rektor.
Mangga, Ibu, mangga. Mangga, Pak.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
May God, the Almighty blesses all of us. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, University Technology Malaysia, Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, the Honorable Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, UTM, Professor Dr. Rosli M.D. Ilyas, the Honorable Director, Institute of Bioproduct Development, Profesor Dr. Renat Hisham Ali L. Ensasi, Honorable Dean of Research and Alliance Associate Professor Insinyur Dr. Rosanida Binti Rahman, Vice Rector, and all heads of Institute of in UNJ, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Sciences, and all deans and director of postgraduate program in UNJ, ladies and gentlemen, participants of UTM and UNJ workshop. This is my honor to welcome all of you in this one-day workshop, a collaboration between the Institute of Bioproduct Development, University Technology Malaysia, and the Faculty of Mathematics and Sciences, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. This collaborative work is significant in line with the start vision of UNJ to be a reputable university in Asia. In addition, the topics of the seminar, biohealth in topic, herbal and microbial resources, is appropriate and meaningful for both institutions, UTM in Malaysia and UNJ in Indonesia. We know for sure that Malaysia and Indonesia possess many similarities in herbal and microbial resources. Ladies and gentlemen, I have learned that this great workshop is a part of the peak performance of the collaboration between UTM and UNJ. It was in 2018 where the Department of Biology of UNJ and IBD of UTM start to collaborate in joint program. Since then, many activities have been held, including a Stadium General workshop, professional training, international postgraduate symposium, joint research, start exchange, and joint supervision. The big achievement of this collaboration is very impressive. There are at least 50 articles have been successfully published, and various forms of publication, such as reputable journal, proceeding, and book chapter. This workshop is held to celebrate this great achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, this impressive achievement proves it is what we call a true achievement that differentiates from the achievement by accident. A true achievement is a success indicated by previously well-planned program, and it is replicable. An accidental achievement, on the hand, is also a success, but it is more related to good luck, not a good plan. Therefore, it is difficult to replicate. Regarding this, I must extend a deep and true gratitude to the head of the biology study program UNJ for the initial activity, and to the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science, who has made it a stepping stone to live higher and broader. A true and heartfelt gratitude must also be addressed to our partner from UTM, including the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Director of IBD, and Dean of Research and Alliance. They have given a positive response to make the joint program possible and well executed. I do hope This great program can sustain and cover broader content, such as joint degree program. For all parties who have contributed and supported this workshop, I sincerely give high appreciation. Last but not least, to all participants of the workshop, I also appreciate your virtual attendance, hoping someday you can visit us and our UNJ campus in Jakarta. Please enjoy the workshop. I'm sure ample benefit can be taken from this great workshop. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Komarudin, for the wonderful remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, we would like to inform Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk T.S. Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail is unable to join us in this event. We are sorry for the inconvenience to you. In parallel, he is still committed to our event today. To officiate our program, let us hear his speech through this video. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings to all. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. A very good morning to Professor Dr. Komarudin, MSI, Rektor Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Dr. Tutuk Bintoro, Vice Rector Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Muktiningsih, Dean Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Rosli Mat Ilyas, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, University Technology Malaysia, Associate Professor IRTS Dr. Roshanida binti Abdul Rahman, Chair of Research Alliance, Health and Wellness, UTM, Professor Dr. Hisham Ali Al-Ansasi, Director of Institute of Bioproduct Development, UTM. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Dr. Hisham Ali Al-Ansasi, Director of Institute of Bioproduct Development, UTM, and Professor Dr. Komarudin, Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, for the great effort in promoting bilateral relations between the two institutions, especially in research and innovation. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to a one-day workshop with the theme Biohealth in Tropics, Herbal and Microbial Resources, in conjunction with celebration the success of 50 joint publications between Institute of Bioproduct Development UTM and Universitas Negeri Jakarta. We meet today during a challenging period in human history. The pandemic has negatively affected global economic growth beyond anything experienced in nearly a century. The effect of the COVID-19 pandemic are shaking up global socio-economic structures and unprecedented of technology changes in its pace, scope, and depth of impact. Still, UTM makes the most of the possibilities of these by forming global partnerships and fostering relationships with other institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme of Biohealth in Tropics, Herbal and Microbial Resources, this workshop focuses on the most recent scientific discoveries related to herbal and microbial resources. It is also intended to provide an inclusive platform for UTM and UNJ researchers and students to showcase their academic knowledge and current research. The transfer of knowledge, experience, and practice during the sharing session will provide new opportunities for research collaboration. This workshop will serve as a catalyst for the future research agenda of both institutions for the benefit of the society, students, and universities. I'm very proud to see that with this joint organization of the event, various subjects in the field of plants and microbes will be presented. Ladies and gentlemen, a higher education roadmap has been developed to pave the way for further cooperation between Malaysia and Indonesia. In UTM alone, there are approximately 40 collaborations with Indonesia in the field of education, including the collaboration we are celebrating today. The success of 50 joint publications between the Institute of Bioproduct Development, IBD, University of Technology Malaysia, and Universitas Negeri Jakarta has strongly showcased the success of this roadmap for global prominence of both institutions. Therefore, I would like also to take this opportunity to congratulate Institute of Bioproduct Development, IBD, and Universitas Negeri Jakarta for the continuous and outstanding achievement. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to IBD and UNJ for this excellent trans-border research and collaboration. Thank you to the 10 prominent researchers from UTM, IBD, and UNJ who will be sharing their experiences and knowledge in this workshop. I would like to commend and thank the organizers, the UTM Institute of Bioproduct Development and Universitas Negeri Jakarta for making this much needed event possible. I also believe that this international partnership will spark a new wave of world-class development in research and innovation. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the one-day workshop on biohealth in tropics, herbal and microbial resource in conjunction with celebrating the success of 50 joint publications between UTM and UNJ officially open. Thank you in the name of God for mankind. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dato' Ahmad Fauzi, for the officiation. To celebrate our international collaboration between Institute of Bioproduct Development, University Technology Malaysia, and Universitas Negeri Jakarta, let us view virtually this montage. ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are still with us. It is a pleasure to introduce our invited speaker, Associate Professor IRTS Dr. Roshanida binti Abdul Rahman, Chair of Research and Alliance, University Technology Malaysia. Today, she will deliver her speech entitled Innovation in Health and Wellness. Dr. Roshanida A. Rahman is an Associate Professor at Faculty of Engineering and Chair of Health and Wellness Research Alliance of University Technology Malaysia. Today, she has been serving as an academician in chemical engineering field for 20 years. She is also a professional engineer from Board of Engineer Malaysia, Professor Technologist of MBOT under field of biotechnologies and UK Engineering Council Chartered Engineer. She has published more than 100 papers in reputed journals and other platforms. Her research interests are bioconversion, enzyme technology, and bioprocess engineering. Please welcome Dr. Roshanida.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. May I share the screen?
Yes.
Yeah. I could not share the screen. Or you may share the slides that are given to you. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you again, Mr. Chairperson, Ms. Chairperson. Our honoured guest, yang berbahagia Prof. Datuk Teknologis Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, Vice Chancellor Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Komarudin, Rektor Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Rosliman Ilyas, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Dr. Totok Bintoro, Vice Rector, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Mutiningsih, Dean, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Hisham Ali Alanshashi, Director Institute of Bioproduct Development, University Technology Malaysia, respected guests and researchers from University Technology Malaysia and Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to congratulate both the University Technology Malaysia Institute of Bioproduct Development and the Universitas Negeri Jakarta in celebrating the success of 50 joint publications. Today's event is a great platform to showcase the achievement of both parties in representing the efforts and commitments to strengthen the networking. So on behalf of the Health and Wellness Research Alliance, I would like to highlight and probably introduce what we have in UTM that drive and support the research and innovation, particularly in research and wellness. So under the Health and Wellness Research Alliance, we strive to develop and expand knowledge and technology for bioeconomy and healthcare platforms. We are leveraging our natural resources and expertise for human health and well-being. Our core focus areas are biorefinery, natural products, biotechnology, and also medical engineering. As for the expertise, we have at least 128 academicians or researchers focusing on those stated focus area under 4 Center of Excellence and 12 research groups at the university and faculty level, respectively. In this session, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce briefly those 4 centers of excellence that we have in UTM. So the first one is the Institute of Bioproduct Development, or IBD. As you know, IBD is a research and bioproduct development center with a specific aim of solving a problem and creating opportunities for living through biotechnology. And IBD's main focus is on developing products and services for the wellness of the ecosystem and human beings, particularly in the area of nutraceutical, cosmeceutical, food processing, microbial, herbal, and phytochemical. The second Center of Excellence under Health and Wellness, Research and Innovation is the Center of Lipid Engineering and Applied Research, or CLEAR. It has been started with palm oil and oleochemical processing and rapidly growing its role into an interdisciplinary hub. The center was also involved as a consultant in providing solutions to supercritical fluid extraction, wastewater treatment, and biomass utilization. CLEAR currently holds licensed know-how and has established commercialized products for health, supplement capsules, and also cosmeceutical products. Next is Innovation Center in Agri-Technology for Advanced Bioprocessing, or ICA. This research center applies modern biotechnology to comprehensively study bioactive food products, nutrient-dense foods, and also sustainable agriculture technology. And last but not least, at UTM, we also have the IJN UTM Cardiovascular Engineering Center under the Institute of Human-Centered Engineering Management. This institute was established in 2013 with a collaboration between National Heart Institute of Malaysia and also UTM. Their research interests in the area of cardiovascular science and engineering. So on a few minutes left, I could not share all the innovations that we have in UTM, but I would love to share some of them. Okay, this is one of the biomedical devices that has been produced recently by our researcher that has been called iBreath. The device has been developed using advanced technology based on artificial intelligence and can be used anywhere. It takes as fast as 20 seconds to detect the presence of COVID-19, and the sensitivity of this device is up to 93%. And we also have one of the innovations under biomedical devices. It is called as Mitro, an intelligent and portable heart rhythm monitoring device. The device incorporates 9-in-1 heart rhythms self-detection using a single standalone device with more than 90% accuracy. The innovation was based on the integration of the 4 state-of-art technology and also algorithm. The other innovation that I would like to highlight is biorefinery of pectin and lignocellulosic from banana peel waste by green extraction technology. The integrated sustainability and zero waste processes of agro waste, we have banana peel in this particular innovation, have been conducted using subcritical water extraction to convert waste into value-added products such as pectin and prebiotic, pectic oligosaccharide, galacto-oligosaccharides, mesoporous activated carbon, and also high nutritive ruminant feedstock. We have many other innovations developed under the health and wellness research area that could not be highlighted here. Therefore, we are always welcome collaborations in research and innovation to bring more prosperity to human beings. With that, I would like to thank you and have a pleasant and fruitful workshop. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you again.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Roshanida, for sharing a very knowledgeable information. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are already come to the end of this officiation session. On behalf of our team, we would like to thank you for your attention and support to this program. Before we end, I would like to share with you a pantun. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, bolehlah kami menumpang mandi. Jika ada kesempatan akan datang, boleh kita berkolaborasi lagi. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight once again, we will resume our workshops after a short break, about 5 minutes. Before we end, let us be ready and turn on your camera for group photo session. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone. Please get back to your seat for next 5 minutes for more interesting presentations. Stay tuned. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
As you enter the gates of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, prepare to take a unique academic journey in a place where multicultural perspectives and practices create an atmosphere that will meet your highest expectations and help you reach your goals. Situated in the heart of the capital city of Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta has played an important role in developing scholarship in education, science, art, technology, and sport since 1964. Formally established as Teacher Training Institute, Universitas Negeri Jakarta has a long history in providing the state with outstanding teachers. A 1999 mandate by the Ministry of Education and Culture sparked a period of dynamic expansion within the institution, turning it into the leading state university in Indonesia that it is today.
Untuk menghadapi tantangan global, di era revolusi industri diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang unggul, yaitu sumber daya manusia yang kompeten, kreatif, komunikatif, dan kolaboratif. UNJ sebagai perguruan tinggi mempunyai tugas utama dalam bidang kependidikan dan non-kependidikan, juga mempunyai tanggung jawab untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul. Saat ini, UNJ menetapkan dirinya melalui visi menjadi universitas bereputasi di kawasan Asia. Oleh karena itu, segala daya upaya sekarang ini diupayakan untuk mengembangkan segala potensi yang dimiliki dan berkolaborasi dengan berbagai pihak untuk mencapai reputasi tersebut.
With enlightening and elevating the nation as its motto, Universitas Negeri Jakarta offers world-class programs combined with a touch of local culture through sports, multiculturalism, local wisdom, future leadership, and entrepreneurship. Achievements in pencaksilat, gymnastics, arts, languages, humanities, social and natural sciences stem from a focus on student-centered practical and innovative teaching and learning practices have received international recognition. Our 8 faculties: Faculty of Education, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Faculty of Social Sciences. Faculty of Engineering. Faculty of Sports Sciences. Faculty of Economics. Faculty of Psychological Education. Graduate School, Master Programs. Graduate School, Doctoral Programs. 1 graduate school and 101 study programs comprising of diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Universitas Negeri Jakarta will prepare you to meet the demands of local and global professional industries. Warm welcomes awaits you as you become a member of Universitas Negeri Jakarta's family.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to University Technology Malaysia and University Negeri Jakarta One Day Workshop 2022. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to this special event organized by Institute of Bioproduct Development, University Technology Malaysia, and University Negeri Jakarta to mark our successfully 50 joint publications under the theme of Biohealth in Tropic, Herbal and Microbial Resources. We are also very honored to have great speakers from both universities that will share their experience with us today. We will have moderators from both universities, which are Dr. Ayu from UNJ and Dr. Zarani from IBD UTM. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to remind all of you to remain muted for the entire duration of the workshop, especially during presentation by speakers. Now, without further ado, I would like to welcome our moderator from UNJ, Dr. Ayu, to conduct the morning session. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Cik Maizatul. Okay, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor of UTM, the Honorable Rector and Vice Rector of UNJ, the respectable Director and of Institute of Bioproduct Development of UTM, Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, and all audience here. Welcome to the first session of our workshop today. Thank you very much for keep on squeezing your time with us. And as said before, there will be 4 speakers of this session, quite a tight schedule actually, who will share their research for 25 minutes. And there will be 5-minute question session at the end of each talk. And please stay unmuted your microphone during the session and stay with us. I am Sri Rahayu, will be moderating the first session, and I'm very pleased to see you even virtually here in our workshop today. And I will be also accompanied with Dr. Zarani, as Cik Maizatul has already said before. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker will talk about the research on development of detection of foodborne pathogen with real-time PCR method. Before, please allow me to read the brief curriculum vitae of our first speaker, Professor Dr. Muktiningsih Nurjayadi, MSc, received her doctor degree in biochemistry from Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia, and continued her postdoctoral degree in Gießen University, Germany in 2008. She is currently working as full professor and Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Her research interests include biochemistry and biotechnology with less concern on recombinant vaccine for typhoid diseases and detection kit of foodborne pathogen disease with more than 150 published papers and 200 citations. Involved in National Accreditation Board, Indonesia National Professional of Chemistry, Biochemistry, and Biotechnology Organization, she has been also awarded for various prizes from national as well as international award, including Outstanding Lecturer of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, the Best Lecturer in Publication and Intellectual Property Right, and the Best Presenter of National Education Department. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Muktiningsih Nurjayadi.
Thank you, Ma'am Ayu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for this nice joint workshop with UTM. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like to share with all of you about our research. Okay. I would like to share about this information about development of detection of foodborne pathogen kit with the real-time PCR method in increasing the dependence of the nation. This is our team, and one of our team is Dr. Professor Hesam Al-Asansi. Thank you very much for support us until now. Excuse me. Okay. So why we choose this topic for share with all of you today? As we know, the foodborne pathogen are diseases caused by food contaminated by bacteria, viruses, fungi, and other microbes. This food poisoning case is often referred to as an extraordinary case, so that it requires contribution of many parties, including the police team. In our country, this case is increased every year. Based on the data from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, there are 31 types of bacteria that cause food poisoning or food pathogens that have been identified, some of the which are E. coli, and the others is Salmonella, subspecies Enterica, and others bacteria. Based on the Priyanka research, for the detection of foodborne pathogen, he differentiated for 5 general methods The first is culture based method, and then immunoassay, PCR based method, biosensor, and others method. So for us, Salmonella team from UNJ choose the others one of this method, that is PCR method based on the genomic method. So the other information, the ideal bacteria pathogen detection have 5 characteristics. The first one is high specificity, high sensitivity, short time to result, simple or great operational simplicity, and cost effectiveness. So based on this information, we choose the real-time PCR to detect this bacteria, especially for food pathogen disease. As we know, the real-time PCR is a method of detecting or quantifying amplified product based on the cooperation of fluorescent reporter dyes or fluorescent signal, along with increasing the proportion of number of product per cycle. For our work, this is a research roadmap of Salmonella UNJ team. We start from 2000 until now. So our research still going on to find new product, new kits for tropical disease or for foodborne pathogen disease. We wish for the research purposes is contribute idea on potential research result from Universitas Negeri Jakarta in collaboration with various partners in building independence of detection kit for bacteria that cause food poisoning with a molecular approach. For this research, for this work, we choose the methodology, or we use the methodology. We work already with 10 bacteria, and then in this presentation, I would like share one of the bacteria, how we can improve or development the kit for detection bacterial pathogen. This is the methodology consists of 7 or 10, excuse me, 10 steps. The first is in silico bacterial genomic analysis. And then after that, we design the primer specific and synthesize the primer, genome isolation, amplification with gradient PCR, confirmation, specificity and specificity test. After that, we find the optimal formula. So we find the formula and process validation, and we design the prototype. Until that, we publish our article, and then the others is we would like to develop our model and prototype. So as I told you before, I choose one of the bacteria for this sharing opportunity. I choose here the step for the Salmonella typhi bacteria. For the Salmonella typhi bacteria, we choose one of the gene from Salmonella typhi bacteria. The gene is the Fimbriaceae or Fimc. That gene is one of adherence and colonization factor of Salmonella typhi bacteria. The gene of Fimc, the size is 993 base pair, and we choose the bacteria from strain CT18 or TY2. From this in silico analysis, we design the specific primer for the STV bacteria. So we have forward and reverse primer from this bacteria, and then we synthesize this design, and we got the primer molecule. From this step until first step until the third step, we have conclusion it has been successful design and synthesized FIMSE specific primer as a target gain for the detection of foodborne pathogenic bacteria, especially for the Salmonella typhi. And then in a parallel, we do the isolation for the genomic STV, and then we got we grow it the Salmonella, and then we isolate the genomic those bacteria, and then we characterize with the electrophoresis the agarose. So we find the size, and then the size we can have a look here. This is the genomic E. coli, Shigella, and then the last is STV genomic bacteria. If we compare with the ladder with the marker, the position is higher than 1000 base pair. So we can conclude the genome molecule of foodborne pathogen STV bacteria were isolated as a template for the amplification process, both from pure culture and from artificial. Artificially, we do with food sample, and then we can compare between the pure culture and artificial food contaminated with those bacteria. After we got the primer, specific primer, and then we do the PCR gradient amplification of the FIMSE STV gene. So we got the result here. We have the one band with the size synchron with the design before. So we can have a look here. For the gradient PCR from temperature 56 until 61, got the same band, and then the brightness band we choose for optimum temperature for the real-time PCR. So for the step PCR gradient, we can conclude the size of the amplicon of the target gain of STV has been successfully validated as a detection tool. The optimum cocktail was found for detection of STV bacteria by gradient PCR. Is also we get the optimum condition. The optimum annealing temperature was found using the gradient PCR method as a detection tool. After that, we choose the optimum temperature to do the configuration with the real-time PCR. For the real-time PCR, we get the sigmoid curve. This is the Salmonella typhi bacteria, the red one, and then the orange one is also the Salmonella typhi bacteria. We do the flow And then the green one is non-template control or negative control. We can see here the sigmoid curve between the red and the orange is more same, and then we use 56 nanogram for the template. And then the green sigmoid curve is negative control. The positive control or the sample have sigmoid curve in the city 14, and then for the negative curve is about 32 city. Based on the literature, if the difference between sample and NTC is more than 10, so we can conclude that sample is is true. So we can continue to the other step. Beside the city, we also confirm the this result with melting curve. From our design, the primer got the one peak here. We can see here the melting curve of STV bacteria is from pure culture, have one curve at 83.0 for the temperature. Also, we compare with the literature. If the primer design have one peak, that's research is going nice. So we can conclude with this step the successful obtain for the target gain amplicons at the temperature at 60 degrees Celsius with the real-time PCR process. The FIMSA-STV amplicon has a specificity and melting curve that can be used as the basis from detection of target bacteria, especially for STV. And then the optimum cocktail was found for detection of STV bacteria with the real-time PCR. The next step, we do the specificity test to make sure is it the primer is only specific for STV or can detect the other bacteria. So we use this primer to detect the other bacteria, and then for this we can conclude that the specific primer only detect the STV. And the next step is the sensitivity test for the FIMSA Salmonella TB primer. We got the lowest detection is about 4.5 picogram for the DNA concentration, and then the curve is very nice. All of the spot in the one line. So this is have a nice result also. So for this step, we can also conclude that the primer design can distinguish target and non-target bacteria so that they are specific. And the primer, the FIMSA-STV primer reaction mixture or cocktail and design a real-time PCR condition could detect target bacteria at the picogram level. So they were highly sensitive. After that, we use the primer also to validation artificial food with contaminated with those bacteria. So if we compare with the pure culture, the result is also very nice. And then after that, we try to use to make the prototype design of FIMSE STV detection kit. This is our product. We wish this product will develop and then will help community not only in Indonesia but also in Malaysia. So for the publication, especially for this product, the development of foodborne pathogen detection kit has resulted in several publication with all the partners, especially for Pusat Laboratorium Forensik Indonesia. We collaborate from 2016 until now. The collaboration is going nicely, especially for the Salmonella typhi bacteria. We have also 4 publication and 1 patent are produced for this research. So this is our short video about our product. We call our product is Indogen Pro. Indo is from Indonesia, Gen is for gene, Pro is protein, and the color is the purple one is from Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, and the green one is because we are from UNJ. Okay, the result of this research can contribute to the scientific repertoire handling forensic cases, as well as the implementation of the result at the partner institution and the wider community to increase the independence of a nation. So this is our team, the Salmonella UNJ team, and then this Salmonella UNJ and Pusla4 team. And we are smiling with Salmonella UNJ and Pusla4 team. Thank you very much. I will be back to Miss Ayu. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Mufti, for very interesting and informative presentation. It is ready to be marketed and order, right, Prof?
Thank you. I wish.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come into question and answer session. We still have 3 minutes for question and answer session. You can write your question on our chat box, or you can raise your hand and I will I will call your name to give your question to the speaker. Yes, any questions so far for Prof. Mufti? Not yet. So how about the efficiency, Prof? How many percent do you think that the kit will give effectivity and efficiency to detect the Salmonella typhi?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Ayu. As you know, the sensitivity is very low, so I think the effectiveness for detection is also is very nice. But we still try to take a sample direct from the food with the contaminated food. So we still try to find the how to prepare the sample. For the process is very very nice, yeah. But before we detect, we should prepare the sample, especially for the food with the high protein, high lipid is not easy to handling. So we try to make how we can put the bacteria from food with the protein and lipid high in from the sample. For the process, the effectiveness is very nice, but for the prepare the sample, we should very careful to take the sample.
Thank you. So what is that? Specific handling is very needed for the sample, yeah, Prof, to make
or preparing
effective.
the sample is very we should use the special preparing.
Okay.
But for the pure culture is very nice for the real-time PCR.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Are there any questions? Not yet. I think very clear. The presentation is very clear, so no question arise, Prof.
Thank you.
So as you see, ladies and gentlemen, I think this kind of method give promising result to detect Salmonella typhi from foodborne pathogens like Salmonella typhi. And then thank you very much, Prof. Mufti, for very interesting and informative presentation. And then I will, let's give applause first for
thank you.
Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, and for the one, very good. For the one who closed the camera, they give applause emoticon, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And then I will pass the next session to Dr. Zarani to guide the next session. Please, Dr. Zarani.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ayu, and thank you, Prof. Mufti, for the very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Dr. Zarani, and it is my pleasure to be with you today. All right, our next speaker will be from University Technology Malaysia. And she will going to talk about interesting topic. Okay, have you ever heard about black garlic? Okay, well, our next speaker, Associate Prof. Dr. Chua Lee Suan, will talk about the effect of fermentation time on nutritional quality of black garlic. Okay, but before we begin, allow me to introduce a little bit about her. Associate Professor Dr. Chua Lee Suan is a research fellow in the Institute of Bioproduct Development since 2006. Her research scope are mainly focused on metabolomics, phytochemical profiling, herbal extraction and standardization, and honey-related product development. She has been awarded as top 2% scientist based on report by Stanford University. Her active involvement in research activity can also be seen from her commitment as journal reviewer and editor for several well-known international journals. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Chua Lee Suan to deliver her speech. Okay, Dr. Chua. Right. Maybe we can have a screen? All right. Teacher, okay. Can you pop up your screen, please?
Can you see my slide?
Yeah, but then can you please make it bigger, please? Slide presentation. Yeah. Okay, the teacher, the floor is yours.
Yes.
All right.
Is it in slide presentation mode?
Not yet, your teacher.
Not yet. Yeah.
All right. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, teacher. Okay, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zarani, for your introduction. And today I'm going to talk about the topic of effect of fermentation time on nutritional quality of black garlic. This is my presentation outline for today. First, I will briefly introduce what is black garlic and micronutrients in black garlic and some of the important metabolites in black garlic during fermentation. And then the last part, I will talk a little bit about the biological activity, especially for these antioxidant and antibacterial properties of black garlic. So garlic, or scientifically named as Arum sativum, has been used as folk medicine since ancient time for the prevention of many diseases. And then many people don't like to eat fresh or raw garlic because of the pungent smell. And then eating the raw one could create this kind of discomfort, especially for this gastrointestinal discomfort. Therefore, today I'm going to introduce fermented garlic or black garlic, which can reduce this kind of pungent smell and spicy taste. Eating this black garlic would also offer a lot of benefit to the consumer. So black garlic can be produced through a thermal process at a controlled temperature between 60 to 90 degrees C in a high humidity environment for a period of time, days to months. So based on literature survey, we can find that a lot of biological activity reported for this black garlic. The most common one is the antioxidant activity reported for black garlic because of high phenolic compound inside the black garlic. The second one is the anti-cancer properties because garlic and flesh, especially this black garlic, has been proven have this kind of anti-proliferation of cancer cell line, such as liver, colon, lung, stomach, and breast cancer cell line. And then black garlic also have this kind of effect to prevent diabetes, lower the blood sugar, blood pressure, and then for the effect of diabetic controlling purpose. And then the other significant biological activity reported for black garlic, it can reduce the allergic response because of anti-inflammation effect. And then the other significant biological activity reported is anti-obesity, okay? Because it has the function to regulate the lipid metabolism in the body. So basically, there are two major reactions performed or carried out during fermentation of black garlic. The first one is non-enzymatic browning reaction, or we call it Maillard reaction, involving the lipid amino acid proteins inside the garlic, and then they will form a few intermediate products as well as the stable product like this polymer, we call it melanoidin, which is the major compound contribute to the color of black garlic. And then at the same time, we also notice there is a side product, we call it 5-HMF. This is a toxic chemical which must be monitored during the fermentation period. So this is the schematic reaction involving in this Maillard reaction, non-enzymatic browning reaction. So from the diagram, we can see that during the Maillard reaction, the carbonyl or sugar react with this amino acid to form the glycosylamide as an intermediate product. And then the product will go through this Amadori rearrangement to form the ketosamine. And then at the end, brown or dark color nitrogenous polymer, especially this melanoidin, are formed. That's why we have this dark color of garlic at the end of the fermentation. So another important reaction involved during fermentation of garlic is catalyzed by this arylinase enzyme in garlic. This enzyme, the major function is to degrade the organosulfur compound in garlic into smaller molecule or smaller metabolite which have these antioxidant properties. Now we come to the slide of result, and as you can see here, there is a photo of garlics during our experimental work. The color of the garlic is getting dark as after starting day number 8 to day 12, the color is very dark. And then at this time, we can have this good aroma, sweet taste of garlic. And then the texture also very nice. And then we can feel the moist of the garlic sample. And then this is the weight and pH change for the sample garlic during fermentation. You can see from the bar chart, the blue color bar chart, the weight of each whole piece of garlic is getting less, but the reduction is not so significant because fermentation was carried out in a closed system, approximately 5% reduced in the moisture content. But in the pH, for the pH of the sample garlic, as you can see from the line graph, pH was reducing significantly from the initial pH of 6.9 to 3.8 after fermentation, about 12 days of fermentations. This is the table for this nutritional content of black garlic compared to the fresh garlic. As from the table, we can see that there is a moisture level is not much change from 60.3 to 56.1. There is approximately 5% reduction in moisture after fermentation, but the most significant change one is the protein content. Black garlic increase in protein because after fermentation, a few new amino acids were formed from the reactions. So the carbohydrate content also not much different. Some of the carbohydrate content inside the garlic will be used to involve in this Maillard reaction. And then the long change of carbohydrate will become the shorter change of carbohydrate, like our monosaccharide and disaccharide. So this is the major sugar component for the profile of black garlic compared with the fresh one or the raw garlic. As we can see, these are the 4 major sugar composition in black garlic. We have a glucose, fructose as the monosaccharide or reducing sugar, and then we have the disaccharide like sucrose and maltose. from the fermentation profile, as we can see, the fresh garlic do not have this simple sugar. But after fermentation, the monosaccharide, especially fructose and glucose, was produced. At the fermentation time for 200 hours, fructose will be produced first. And then after that, fructose will be the first simple sugar used involved in this Maillard reaction to convert into the byproduct, like melanoidin, the polymer, which contribute to the dark color of black garlic. And then after that, further fermentation at the fermentation time for 240 and 280, glucose is the major component. That's why we taste the fermented garlic or black garlic in good sweet taste, because after a few days or more than 8 days, the black garlic will so nice to eat, and the texture is most soft, no more have this kind of pungent smell. Then this is another mineral profile, as we can see from the figure, and then we are able to detect that black garlic actually is a nutritional food, can be a functional food because it contains high in potassium, magnesium, sodium. The rest of the mineral or heavy metal less than 10 ppm. And this is the HMF profile for the whole period of fermentation time, preparing the black garlic sample. As I would like to show here that the side product of 5-HMF is increasing with the fermentation time. Therefore, this is very important to highlight here that during fermentation, we have to monitor the optimum appropriate fermentation time so that we can control the formation of the HMF at the certain limit. So the chart showing that after 200 hours of fermentation, the HMF content was produced exponentially. So this is very, even though at this time you can have a very nice garlic, but we have to compromise the good taste and the nutritional value of the black garlic later on. So this is another finding from our group. We have detected a lot of this organosulfur compound from garlic. And then we can see from this figure, we able to detect a few significant organosulfur metabolite in the garlic. And then the composition is getting less after fermentation, especially after long hours of fermentation. The compound was degraded by the enzyme of allidylinase, as mentioned in the previous slide. The enzyme catalyzes the organosulfur compound into smaller metabolite, which can no more pungent smell or this kind of spicy taste when you are eating the stable or the black garlic produced after fermentation. So why the black garlic contribute this kind of antioxidant activity? In this case, we are using the assay to analyze the capability of the black garlic in reducing the reducing power, because black garlic got a lot of this small metabolite of organosulfur compound, which have involved in this kind of single electron transfer mechanism. The compound able to contribute the single electron to the reagent, ferric reagent, and then reduce the reagent into ferrous, which are present in the dark blue color. That's why we use this UV spectrophotometer for detection. And then from the graph, you can see that even fresh garlic have some kind of some level of antioxidant capacity, but after fermentation, the antioxidant capacity slightly increase. So at what we can conclude from here that at the concentration less than 0.5 milligram per ml, the garlic sample able to contribute this inhibition for this reducing agent almost 80%. So we going to further optimize the fermentation time, because the graph showing that the optimization time for this fermentation period will contribute different level of antioxidant properties. So this is another biological activity investigated by our team. As we can see from this fourth figure, the flesh garlic at the top left-hand side have this 20 to 25% of inhibition for this gram-negative bacteria like Pseudomonas aeruginosa and E. coli only. After fermentation, the inhibition activity increased to almost 100%, especially for the E. coli. And then, but further increase the fermentation time up to 280 hours, the inhibition activity degrade slightly to 80%. So again, the result telling us that we have proper control of fermentation time to produce the black garlic so that we can get a good one and taste good as well. So then for the conclusion at the time being, based on our study, the good fermentation time is between 200 and 240 hours, because we get the optimal fermentation time based on the produced black garlic, which have offer this kind of sweet taste, good texture, high glucose, not necessarily high in fructose, but high glucose, and then a higher antibacterial properties and comparable reducing power with this vitamin C. So as far as we can get a comparable result, it is a good product we can produce. So yeah, before I end my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to my ex-student, Dr. Joseph Lim, for contributing the experimental data, and then appreciation also go to Madam Siti Hajab for preparing the slide. So thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chua, for a very interesting talk. Is there any question from the floor? Okay, actually, Dr. Chua, we have one question actually. Because we have a high glucose in black garlic, do you think it's suitable for those who's suffering from? Is it good for consume because it's higher glucose?
Again, Dr. Zarani.
There's one question. Okay. Because your black garlic is higher in glucose content, so is it okay to consume it? Is it suitable to consume for those who have diabetes or for like ordinary? Can we just take it?
Okay.
Nowadays,
thank you, Dr. Zarani. I think referring to this slide, yes, consume too much of glucose, maybe you no need to have a such high, but we still need glucose for our daily activity. So at this moment, most of people taking black garlic as a supplement, and they won't take a lot. I mean that one bottle, maybe one piece per day is acceptable. And then so far, different age of people really like the taste compared to the fresh one. Fresh one, it has this kind of spicy taste, and then it will make you feel uncomfortable. But black garlic, after fermentation, majority of metabolite into small metabolite, and then which is easier for the adoption for consumer. It bring a lot of benefit. So yes, got glucose and fructose, it gives you energy, but don't consume too much. But 1 piece per day is acceptable.
Okay, Dr. Chua, thank you for the answer. And then we have another question from Dr. Sulaiman. Why did the color change from white to black? Is it due to the oxidation or any other sugar reaction? Because after very long 200 hours of fermentation in high temperature, is it because of this? Is it because of the process?
Yeah, thank you, Sulaiman, for your question. Oxidation is possible to happen, and then at the beginning, but we ferment the garlic at the closed system, so fermentation is not the major pathway. But as I mentioned inside the slide just now, 2 major pathway during fermentation of black garlic or producing the black garlic is the enzymatic reaction involving this alliinase, which is the major enzyme in the garlic. The enzyme play the role to convert or to degrade or to change the big molecule into smaller one, and then concurrently we have this kind of non-enzymatic reaction happening. That's why the color majority contribute to this the nitrogenous compound polymer melanoidins, which is also a good manufacturer compound for the as a bioactive compound, as a functional food, if you serve your black garlic as a functional food. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Chua, we have another one question again from Nilam. Okay, Nilam, why the person who consumed the black garlic got headache a whole day? So do you have any idea why it happened?
It's a very complicated question.
Yeah, very complicated. Yeah, why you got headache? I mean, have you tried before?
Okay, headache could be caused by various factors. Not necessarily that day you consume black garlic and you feel headache. Maybe because of other factor. So far, I did not listen those people consuming black garlic have this kind of symptom. Maybe Nilam, you have to think back. Why when you consuming the black garlic, maybe the black garlic is not prepared in the proper way, and then as I mentioned, black garlic concurrently will produce the side product HMF. That compound is not really good for human for our health if you consume excess, but it is acceptable under the acceptable limit. As we are drinking coffee, also got such a compound present in the coffee powder. So if the level is under acceptable limit, should be no problem. So quality of black garlic is very important so that you won't get this kind of side effect like headache. Later.
Okay, Dr. Chua, we can have one more question from Dr. Nohayati. So she said that, hi Dr. Chua, thank you for the nice finding. Is there any ethanol production from this black garlic fermentation process?
Any ethanol production
when you produce black garlic?
I think Dr. Hayati means that is there any ethanol produced as a side product during fermentation? This one I cannot answer yet because so far we haven't analyzed the ethanol composition because we carry out the fermentation at high temperature, 60 to 90 degrees C, and then if ethanol is one of the side product or side product during fermentation, it could be vaporized when I open the harvesting the black garlic from the fermenter.
All right. Okay, Dr. Chua, thank you so much. Since we have very limited time, so I'm sorry, maybe we can ask Dr. Chua in the chat box and Dr. Chua can answer later. Okay, all right, thank you, Dr. Chua, for a very nice presentation. And I pass this to my colleague, Dr. Ayu from UNJ.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zarani and Dr. Chua. Very nice research findings. Well, actually, I'm about to ask question actually, but still, since the time is very limited time, so we have to move on. And then, thank you very much, Dr. Zarani. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the next speaker, please allow me to check whether you're still with us today by giving your favorite emoticon. Please send us your favorite emoticon. Okay, only Dr. Nur Hayati send us. Okay, 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 okay. Flowering with emoticon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your wonderful reaction. So it makes me hear me that you are with us, still with us today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, microbes biosurfactant is increasingly booming since they're used in many fields, including the development of antibacteria. Our next speaker will share her research on the potency of biosurfactant as an antibacterial agent. Before we start, please allow me to inform a bit of our speaker, Dr. Tri Handayani Kurniati, MSc, completed her doctoral degree in microbiology from IPB University, Indonesia. She is now working as a lecturer of biology department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, UNJ. Her research interest covers the field of environment microbiology, food microbiology, and also biotechnology. She has published more than 150 papers and actively involved in Indonesian Biologists Consortium, Indonesia Microbiologists, and Health Research Ethics Committee. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Tri Handayani Kurniati.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator Ayu, for the opportunity. It's a great pleasure for me to join this webinar about biohealth in tropic herbal and microbial resources. Is my voice clear for you? Still clear? Clear enough?
Yeah, very clear, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to share screen. This is my presentation title, The Potency of Biosurfactant as an Antibacterial Agent. This is one of our research in Biology Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. For the introduction, I would like to explain first about surface active agent, or we usually mention it as a surfactant. This is a molecule that can lower the surface tension or interfacial tension between two different phases of liquid, such as oil and water. Generally,
Suryani,
yes.
Please, could you please make a slideshow?
Yes, I am. Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. So I think big problem with connection. Okay, we'll be fine. Just continue.
I'll try.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, still loading. Okay.
Yeah, I will continue. Usually, surfactant is petroleum-based and chemically synthesized. That mean it's come from non-renewable resources and cannot be used sustainably because of limited in supply. On the other hand, these molecule surfactant are widely used in industry. Therefore, an alternative needed to overcome this problem. So the surfactant that can produce continuously, we must explore the bacteria or the microbe that could produce the biosurfactant. This is the biosurfactant that is surface active molecule, but it's derived from microorganism. So it's renewable resources. And similar to surfactant, biosurfactant are amphiphilic. This is the illustration of amphiphilic molecule. This is the hydrophobic tail, and the head is hydrophilic. If the surfactant in lower concentration, it will be located in the surface of the water. But if the concentration is increased, it will produce the micelle like this. The micelle is function in the bioremediation process. As we can see here that hydrophilic head lay on the water and the hydrophobic tail in the oil. And when the micelle formed, the oil was trapped in the center of the micelle. So it's like a pseudo solubilization. It's based on the emulsification or the form of emulsion. This is surface tension of water. We can see that because of the bond of water molecule, it gives organism to lay in the surface of water. This is due to of water molecule. Then it causes this is the insect to float in the water. How biosurfactant do?
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Please apologize, but still we haven't seen the slide. So maybe the operator will help.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that. Okay.
Okay, please, operator. Okay.
We start on slide, yes, slide 3. That water, slide 3, next slide, please. Yeah, water has surface tension due to the cohesion of water molecule. Okay, how do the biosurfactant reduce the surface tension? We can see here that the surface tension of water can drop when there is a surfactant, because surfactant molecule here will be inserting and replacing some of water molecule. As a result, the bonds between water molecule, this is the water molecule, will be broken and the surface tension will decrease. That's the way biosurfactant reduce the surface tension. Next slide, please. We know that in recent decades, people interest to biosurfactant and this molecule has been increased, but it has because it has some advantage compared to the chemical surfactant. This is the some advantage that biosurfactant can produce from renewable resources, such as sugarcane waste, paper mill waste, and even fish processing waste. The second characteristic, biosurfactant have a low toxicity, which means it is safe to be used. It capable to capable of being degrade or decompose by bacteria or decomposer, other decomposer, and biosurfactant have very diverse structure depending on the microorganism that produce them. Therefore, it has high specificity. Biosurfactants are complex molecule with a specific functional group. They have a different functional group from different type of biosurfactant. Different bacteria or different microorganism could produce different structure, different type of biosurfactant. With this different or diverse structure, therefore it has high specificity. They could do emulsification, dispersion, solubilization, and a wetting or as a wetting and foaming agent. Its potential to applicate in the agriculture, cosmetic, pharmaceutical industry, and etc. This is example of the application of biosurfactant. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the type of biosurfactant and the microbe that produce this molecule. If the synthetic surfactant are generally classified according to the nature of the polar group, the biosurfactant are classified based on the chemical composition and microbial origin. We can see this that biosurfactant class or type of biosurfactant, for example, glycolipid, it means the component is the lipid and glucose or carbohydrate. The microorganism that can produce this glycolipid, for example, Rhodococcus auranticus, this is a bacteria, and Ustilago, this is the fungi or molds, and Tarulopsis yeast. Then and it's a different glycolipid with a different functional group, so we can call it in the different name: glycolipid, glucolipid, rhamnolipid, sulfolipid, cellobiolipid, and others. And the second class of biosurfactant is lipopeptide and lipoprotein. This is consists of lipid and protein and produce mostly of Bacillus group, Bacillus subtilis, Pumilus, and Polymixa, and all this is bacteria. And the third group is fatty acid, phospholipid, and neutral lipid. And also we know about the polymeric biosurfactant that produce of bacteria and yeast, by bacteria and yeast. Next. Application of biosurfactant in industry is many application. Here, the main industrial application for biosurfactant is in the field of oil recovery and processing. We know that traditional oil recovery technologies can only recover approximately 40 until 45%. Some technology have been developed using biosurfactant, and we call it microbial enhanced oil recovery, or MIOR. In this method, the biosurfactant will reduce the interfacial tension and release the trapped oil in the soil, thereby will increase the oil recovery. In food industry, lipopeptide from Bacillus subtilis and Pumilus, for example, surfactin, vancomycin, iturin, bacillomycin, and mycosubtilin were used as food preservative and food additive because of their antimicrobial activity. And other biosurfactant type used in food industry as a bioemulsifier, biodiversant, and some other biosurfactant was used to remove cadmium, heavy metal, from the different vegetable like potato, radish, onion, garlic, and other vegetable. In bakery and ice cream, ice cream, that biosurfactant can be used in formulation. It will act to control consistency and solubilizing of the flavor oil in the ice cream and other food product. Another example here is in the cosmetic industry. Rhamnolipid and sophrolipid were used in combination to develop different cosmetic formulation. This is an example in anti-dandruff shampoo and moisturizing skin cleanser. And in pharmaceutical, lipoprotein biosurfactant from lactic acid bacteria, that is Lactococcus lactis and Streptococcus thermophilus, were used as antimicrobial for inhibiting formation of biofilm on catheter. And in the biofilm, we know that the biofilm can can produce if the tools in a medical equipment, such as catheter, it will the biofilm will produce in the catheter, and we have to inhibit this biosurfactant will act as a biofilm inhibitor. Next. And this is one of our research in biosurfactant topic. We isolate and screening of biosurfactant producing bacteria. We start with sampling and isolation. Actually, biosurfactant producing microorganisms are ubiquitous. Then they inhabit both water and land, soil, sediment, as well as pollutant contaminated environment. But the hydrocarbon contaminated sites are the most promising for the isolation of the biosurfactant producing bacteria. It because biosurfactant has a physiological role in bacterial cell. It allows microbes to grow on the substrate that are insoluble, such as oil in water, through a reduction in surface tension, as I mentioned before, and making the substrate more available for uptake and metabolism. That's why many bacterial, many producing biosurfactant producing bacteria could be isolated from the hydrocarbon contaminated site. And this is the example of the location that we got the sample. After we got the sample, we do the enrichment culture to grow the biosurfactant producing, and we use mineral salt medium and use lubricating oil as a sole carbon source. The incubation take place under 100 ppm for 5 days. We use the enrichment culture here because we want to enhance the population density of the bacteria, which can use the oil or biosurfactant. We call it biosurfactant producing bacteria. Next slide, please. After the isolation and purification process, then we screen for biosurfactant producing bacteria. There are many methods used to screen the biosurfactant producing to detect or evaluate potential biosurfactant producing microorganism. And we use 3 methods here. The first method we use is the hemolytic assay. This is the qualitative screening test for detection of biosurfactant producer. The method is we streak the bacteria in the blood agar media and incubated for 48 hours. The hemolytic activity This is the clear zone, is the hemolytic activity. Is indicated, the hemolytic activity is indicated by clear zone surround the colony. This is happen due to cell membrane rupture because the biosurfactant, as we remember that biosurfactant has a structure hydrophobic and hydrophilic. It's similar with the cell membrane, so it can it could be attach the cell membrane and made the blood cell is lysis. This is the first, and the second we use oil spreading assay, the number 4 here. In this method, we add 20 milliliter of distilled water in Petri dish and add lubricating oil in the surface. After that, we add the culture broth of the bacterial isolate, and then if the emulsified, this is we can use the halo or the clear zone, the isolate considered as positive for biosurfactant production or biosurfactant producer. This is the second method, and the third method we use the drop collapse assay. We use microplate here and add 5 microliter of oil into the microplate well here, and add the supernatant from the test isolate. And if the isolate produced by surfactant, the oil droplets will break. And we can see here the in the left, that's a positive result of biosurfactant producer. The oil break, but the right is a negative result. Next, please. This is the screening result. We have 113 isolate, and from the screening test, we have 46 isolate as the potential biosurfactant producer, because this isolate give positive result in 2 or 3 tests, and we consider it as biosurfactant producer. We eliminate the isolate which didn't have the positive result or have only one positive result. Next. And this is for emulsification index. I didn't put all of the test result. This is only 20 isolate bacteria, and this is the positive control. We use twin 20 and distilled water as the control negative. Emulsification index, the bacteria was considered good if the percentage of the emulsification index reach 50%. 50%, and we consider is the result is good. Next, for the surface tension, this is the typo surface tension value. We also use the twin 20 for control, positive control, and distilled water for negative control. The distilled water have surface tension about 70, and twin 80 is about 27 or 30, and this is the result of our biosurfactant or our bacterial isolate. Next, please. Based on that preliminary test, we choose 10 isolate, and then we selected and carried out the molecular identification This is the result of molecular identification based on the 16 ribosomal RNA sequence. The similarity, we got the similarity with the type strain from NCBI. Next, please. And this is the phylogenetic tree of this, the 10 isolate. It can be seen here that the bacteria obtained belong to different taxa. Actinobacteria, Firmicute, gamma, alpha, and beta proteobacteria. Which may be physiologically different. This also explains why the biosurfactant produced by bacteria have different structure and activities, because it comes from the different bacteria from different taxa. And based on the value of the emulsification index that I explained before, 2 isolate with the highest value were selected, that is Gordonia and the Bacillus. Next slide, maybe. Yeah, this is the result. Based on the emulsification index value, we choose 2 bacteria, that is Bacillus pumilus, CHN27, and Gordonia cholesteropliforans. This is actinobacteria. With the result of emulsification index value, as we can see here. Okay, next slide. Well, the aim of our research is not only to obtain biosurfactant producing bacteria, but also bacteria which is capable to degrade hydrocarbons, especially polyaromatic hydrocarbon. Therefore, we do a preliminary test to determine the ability of the bacteria in degrading hydrocarbons. And for these 2 isolate, Gordonia and Bacillus pumilus, the Gordonia saw the best result. It could degrade the pyrene. This is the 6-ring polyaromatic hydrocarbon, and it's difficult to degrade. And this isolate, Gordonia cholesteropliforans, could degrade the pyrene in 50 milligram per liter and 100 milligram per liter here for 5 to 7 days. Publication is in here. The next slide, please. And we choose Bacillus pumilus, not for degrading bacteria activity, but for production of biosurfactant, because this Bacillus pumilus, this bacteria, show the best growth and best biosurfactant producing. So we choose this bacteria to produce a biosurfactant, and this is the step of producing biosurfactant. The culture broth was centrifugate, and the supernatant we add some acid, hydrochloric acid, until the pH is reached in value 2, and incubation for 24 hours in 5 degrees Celsius. After that, we centrifugate at 10,000 for 20 minutes. The precipitate, and then lyophilization, and we got the crude biosurfactant. We test this crude biosurfactant for antibacterial activity. Next, please. This is the biosurfactant production from Bacillus pumilus in 3 carbon sources. We use 3 carbon sources, different carbon sources, that is used oil, used cooking oil, and glucose in mineral medium. So this oil act as a sole carbon source. The results show that the glucose media produce the highest amount of biosurfactant. Maybe it's because the glucose is the simple carbohydrates and the bacteria is easy to use it to metabolism. Use cooking oil and lubricating oil. Yes. Next, please. For biosurfactant activity, we measure the surface tension reduction, and this is the result. Different than the result before. In this surface tension, use cooking oil gives the best result. Best result, 34.93 millinewton per meter, and potential biosurfactant was considered if it could reduce the surface tension to 40 millinewton per meter. So this is the good. Okay, next. For the emulsification activity, after 10 days incubation, the emulsification index value was measured, and the used cooking oil also give the best result. Here, 36%. Next, Ayu. We use FTIR to see the profile of biosurfactant from Bacillus pomalyst, and this is the characteristic of biosurfactant when grown in different carbon sources. We can see here that even the bacteria was grown. We use the same bacteria when the bacteria grow in different carbon sources, it could produce the different structure of a biosurfactant. Here is the carbonyl. I'm sorry, I didn't give a title here. This is the carbonyl groups, and this is the hydroxyl group here.
1 minute more, Dr. Yani.
Okay. And this is the activity, antibacterial activity assay. We use 4 pathogenic bacteria strain, that is Escherichia coli, Salmonella, Bacillus, and Staphylococcus. We use 2 methods to know the antibacterial activity, that is this diffusion method. We use this paper disc, 6 millimeter paper disc. And for dilution method, we use the different concentration of biosurfactant from 10 to 50 milligram per milli. Next, please. Antibacterial activity of biosurfactant using this diffusion method. This is the result. And biosurfactant give the highest antimicrobial activity to Bacillus cereus with the number here. Okay, next. My time is up. This is antibacterial activity using a dilution method, and for conclusion, this study all of the bacteria inhibit by biosurfactant at the most at the 50 milligram per milliliter concentration. And for conclusion, this study demonstrates that the biosurfactant produced by Bacillus pomalyst CHN 27 that we got from the Jakarta Bay area has the antibacterial activity against human pathogenic bacteria. Thank you for the.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yani. I think without consuming time, we have already one question on the chat box here from Isri Zahara. Thank you very much, Dr. Handayani, for nice presentation. What bacteria produce the best biosurfactant and what factor will determine this? One question maybe, Dr. Yani?
Okay, thank you. In this research, the best bacteria for producing biosurfactant, it was Bacillus pumilus from 113 bacteria, and we do the screening method, and then different screening method, and such as emulsification, as I explained before, and the results show that the best biosurfactant producer from that bacteria is Bacillus pumilus. We conclude that because the biosurfactant produce the lowest surface tension, and it's applicable for industry. Of course, we have to find out the other factor that affect to the biosurfactant production and the activity of biosurfactant. Is enough?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yani. And then we still have another 2 questions. One from Mrs. Nur Azwani binti Zaino. Thank you, Dr. Trihandayani. Just wondering, what is the compound that may contribute to the used cooking oil to have better properties as biosurfactant?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nur Azwani. Yeah, we didn't examine the compound of the used cooking oil and the used oil, but we suggest that used cooking oil, we use the cooking oil, and the compound is degrade. It produce the glucose and other lipid that what is mean simple lipid. It will make the bacteria produce biosurfactant because the oil is spread in the media and conduct or it's what it called bacteria to produce the biosurfactant.
It's
because
like a
there
substrate.
are so many lipid, the simple lipid in the medium.
So just like the substrate, yeah, Dr. Yani, is it just like the substrate to the bacteria to grow like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is right.
Okay. Thank you. And then the last question from our FICE team about the lifetime of biosurfactant, especially in extreme conditions such as high temperature or high pollutant content. Yes.
This is the our next research. We use the environmental factors such as pH, temperature, and nutrition, carbon source, and nitrogen source to detect how biosurfactant will affect the other bacteria or antibacterial activity. How the environmental affect the biosurfactant production and the biosurfactant activity. This is our next research. I hope we will get good results for this. Thank you, Dr. Esmar.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yani. Yes, Dr. Esmar, thank you very much for a very nice presentation. And again, I invite you to give a reaction by giving applause to Dr. Yani.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yani. And then I will pass the next session to Dr. Zarani, please.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ayu. Okay. All right. Moving right along, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker from University Technology Malaysia. We have TS Dr. Daniel Jodailin with his talk entitled Microbial Exopolysaccharides, Resources, Production, and Applications. But before we proceed, allow me to introduce TS Dr. Daniel Jodailin a bit. Okay, Dr. Dr. Daniel Judailin is currently a senior lecturer for Bioprocess and Polymer Engineering, School of Chemical and Energy Engineering. Previously, he worked as a principal scientist in the R&D department for one of Asia's largest integrated insulins manufacturing facilities at the Biotech Park in Johor, Malaysia. He worked as a research scientist under the Higher Education Center of Excellence Biofuel and Biochemical Research. Dr. Daniel has vast experience working in the operation and process scale-up for bioprocess fermentation of bacteria and yeast platform, performing technology transfer activities, planning, carry out, and supervising process trials in laboratories, pilot plants, and manufacturing plant. It is now time to share with you the benefit, resources, and application for microbial exopolysaccharide. Please welcome Dr. Daniel for the talk. Can you share your slide, Dr.?
Yes. Sharing my slide now.
You can make it slide presentation, please.
Yes. This is yes. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Please.
Right. Assalamualaikum and a very good day to everyone, distinguished guests, okay, professor, doctors, and all participants. And thank you very much, Dr. Zarani, the chairperson for this session. And okay, today I would like to share about my topic regarding microbial exopolysaccharide resources, production, and applications. Just trying to remove this. Okay. So there are various. You can see from here, from the slide, we have various sources of polysaccharides. Okay, besides microbes, we have from plant. Okay, plants such as very famous, and we all know this, which is gum arabic. And we have from animals, which is glycogen, for examples, and others. We have from microbes. Okay, microbe, for example, like xanthan, very known and used vastly in industries, and also from algae. Okay, such as alginate. Which is the polysaccharide sources. But today, I'm going to share about sources for microbes. Okay, the polysaccharide source mainly from microbe. So, in terms of applications, there are wide applications for microbial EPS. Okay, exopolysaccharides, such as in the medicine. It's used as a vaccine, in the food, in the cosmeceutical, to improve texture of the food, and so in the pharmaceutical, okay, as a coating, for example, and the industries, in the dairy industries, to improve the texture, stabilizer, as viscofire, and many other things. So this is examples of how useful of these microbial exopolysaccharides. So it is all begin with the process, okay, by having the strain of microbial isolation and identification, whether we want to use it as in pure culture or the wild type in our process, or we might want to genetically engineering, have recombinant microbes to enhance the production of our product. But this is a case by case, where it depends on the application, whether it's in the food or in culture, to use these recombinant microbes. Okay, so the next step after we have all these microbes is we want to have this cell banking. Okay, the cell banking is divided into master cell banking and working cell bank, where in the master cell bank it is an aggregate of single pool of cells that generally has been prepared from the selected cell clone under defined conditions. Okay, so for the working cell banks, okay, we prepared from aggregates of the homogeneous suspension of cells obtained from the culturing of the master cell banking under defined culture conditions. So we have this cell banking, where this is our heart, okay, the heart of the operation. And from that, we want to have a very high product. Okay, we want to have high product and high cell mass. So we are talking about exopolysaccharide. Of course, we want to have high product. So there is method, we call it a high cell mass cultivation process. Okay, so this high cell mass cultivation process or high cell cultivation is a prerequisite to maximize the amount of product, okay, in the given volume within a certain time. So normally in the production of polysaccharide, we can call it growth associated. So when we increase the cell mass, we increase the product. Okay, so how we going to do this? First, of course, we have this medium optimization. Okay, we try to play around, okay, the key component mediums, okay, to increase the biomass and also the production of our product. Then we optimize the process. Okay, optimize the process in the bioreactor and introducing different feeding strategies in the bioreactor by introducing fed batch cultivation strategy. So this is example. There are various medium formulation for the production of our polysaccharide called kefirine. Okay, so we want to grow this. Okay, we have many type of components. Then all these components, okay, we want to optimize them, and we want to get the best medium. Okay, the best medium with the less medium components, but and also the cheapest one. Okay, we want to think about optimization process. We talk about the cost, and we would like to optimize and get the highest. Okay, the highest product. Okay, we want to maximize our product. So if you see here, this is an example. The before and after medium optimization. Okay, before a medium optimization, we have in the Shake Plus study, okay, 1 gram per liter of cell mass, we have only 0.81 gram per liter, and after optimization, we get higher product of which is kefirine, which is our polysaccharide in this case, and then in bioreactor we get higher, more higher product, which is 1.9 gram per liter. This is, for example, when we how important is medium optimization in this process. But after this, we just in this stage we just going to look into how process, what are the factors that contribute towards the production of the polysaccharides. Then we go for one example, which is one project that we had conducted, which is production of the kefirine in the Shake Plus. So these are some of examples of macro and micronutrients that we can manipulate and optimize to produce high production of polysaccharide. Okay, we have carbon source, nitrogen, phosphorus, and the micronutrients to support with the cell growth and production of our product. And these are the key factors also that we need to look when we're going for the process of processing. Okay, we want to optimize the process conditions. We have our medium, the first one. Then we have also we call it the physical conditions, the external factors such as the temperature, the pH, what is the best optimal pH, dissolved oxygen, agitation rate, okay, and osmotic stress, inoculum age, byproduct aeration rate, okay, and also sometimes external factors such as labor skills, okay, cultivation strategy, whether we're using batch, fed batch, okay, we're using continuous, the bioreactor type, okay, we have many bioreactor type, and then impeller type, and so on. So in the optimization process, we can use this is generally and well-known method, which is OFED and statistical method. And by using these two methods, okay, there are pros and cons. The OFED methods, it offers one variable optimized at a time. However, it's laborious, time-consuming, and interaction between different factors are often overlooked. But it's still used as one of the most popular methods as it is simple and convenient. This has been long used in the industries, R&D, to optimize our process. And then we have this statistical method. Okay, it is initial screening. You do the initial screening and shortlist all significant nutrients or factors, and it is a very fast and reliable. Okay, and also it reduces experiment number, which saves time and cost. So this is example of bioprocess, microbial bioprocess platform design, okay, for production of exopolysaccharide. So we have the upstream and downstream. Okay, we started with the master cell bank. Okay, we have the interchrome preparation, shake flask, and in the bioreactor. Okay, and then we have the downstream processing. We have the centrifugation, where to separate the cells and the product. Then we have drying, okay, and also storage of our product. Okay, so there are various cultivation process to improve our product. Okay, normally in the batch, okay, the limitation is the limitation part is the nutrient. Okay, where nutrient is limitation. So we introduce fed batch. Okay, fed batch in the process to increase the biomass and also our product. Okay, continuous operation is sometimes used, but then it depends, because it is the disadvantage of using this process is it is more open to what do you call it, to contamination. Okay, and okay, in the process scale up, once we have developed our optimize our process, we want to produce it in the large scale. So the goal of scale up is to identify and develop a process that will successfully produce a desired product when manufactured at a commercial scale. So we have the lab scale, we have the pilot scale, and the manufacturing scale. So to successfully move from a small scale to a large scale, one must understand how size changes impact a number of physical and chemical phenomena. Okay, it is not a straight process. I mean, from lab scale up to manufacturing scale. Therefore, we have this pilot scale, okay, to test whether our process is workable or not. Okay, this is also to save costs. Okay, to avoid any issues during manufacturing scale. Therefore, we have to have this intermediate scale, which is the pilot scale. So there are some challenges involved during process scale up. So first is one of them is the material properties. The properties of the materials in contact with process system chemicals are critical. So incorrectly selected materials can influence the reaction, erode over time, or make the system unnecessarily expensive. So the second one is in terms of thermodynamics. So there is a heat loss and gain which can play a major role in the chemical reaction. For example, some reaction discharge heat. In most aerobic process, they discharge heat, okay, increasing system temperature and further speeding up the reaction, letting off even more heat and causing temperature to rise further. Okay, this is also critical when critical factors when we do the high salinity cultivation, where heat is also one of these challenge. And the next one is the agitation issues. Okay, in the agitation issues, if we go in the small scale, okay, when we can optimize we can increase agitation rate up to 1000 RPM, the small scale 16 liter. But then when we go up to the large scale or the manufacturing scale, okay, this is an issue, because we cannot go to up to 1000 RPM. Okay, the maximum maybe we can go for 200 RPM, because this is an issue with the system, with the motors, okay, and also the process reaction. And the next thing is the equipment selection, where the physical limitation of equipment can actively impact the chemical reaction, and the ratio of surface area to mixture volume determines how quickly heat can be discharged from the system. So these are some of the challenges of the process scale up, and there are many other things. And from this figure, okay, this is a very famous, I mean, I think every one of us knows this. We can see from this cartoon, shows that got a few problems going from lab scale up to full scale commercial. So the process scale up is not as easy like bringing up from shake flask to another higher big shake flask. Okay, so it's a complicated process, and it requires thorough experience. Okay, we have vast experience and technical knowledge how to bring up the process. So example for one of the projects that we run here, okay, we did here in Institute of Bioproduct Development in microbial bioprocessing, and there are various polysaccharides that we do research on it, and one of it is Kefiran, okay, where we use to produce Kefiran using Lactobacillus kefiran vaccines. So in this study, we need to know what is kefirant. So this kefirant is acidic, it's a viscous, slightly carbonated, and containing small amount of alcohol. So it contains minerals, okay, different minerals, amino acids, okay, enzymes, tryptophan, calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and many vitamins. So this is basically what is this is the content of the milk kefir. So it is found initially from the Northern Caucasian mountains of Russia. Okay, they have different names. Okay, there's some say kefir, kefir, and then in the Turkish, okay, it means a good. It means pleasure or good feeling. Okay, so kefiran. Okay, this is the kefir gram, which is the starter, which used to use the fermented milk, which is milk kefir. So it is a mix of microorganisms held together by polysaccharide, okay, called kefiran. So this kefiran hold all the microbes together, okay. So it consists of lactic acid bacteria, yeast, streptococci, and acid bacteria, and the bacteria that produce this polysaccharide called kefiran is from lactic acid bacteria, named as a Lactobacillus kefirinofuscins. So this is the chemical structure. It contains equal amount of D-glucose and D-galactose, and its water-soluble polysaccharides means to extract them from the water or from the broth medium fermentation, we can use ethanol, alcohol, and it produces either as extracellular or in capsular form. But in this case, we normally extract it in external form because they produce more in the external form, okay, compared in the capsular form. Okay, in this study, okay, we are using two culture system, means we just use the Lactobacillus kefirinofuscins itself. Okay, we studied about effect of different carbon sources. So there's a glucose, mannitol, sucrose, and lactose, and control is means without the carbon source itself. So from this, we can see that when we use lactose, okay, we produce the highest kefiran, which is in the green color, in the highest kefiran production, okay, which is about 0.46 gram per liter. This is the scale. Scale 0.46 gram per liter. And the next thing is we want to optimize the concentration of the lactose. Okay, the concentration of the lactose, and from here you can see that the green color here, the kefiran. Okay, as we move along from zero, okay, when we provide no lactose at all in the concentration, okay, very minimal of kefiran produced. As we move along up to 50 gram per liter, okay, we achieve the maximum amount of kefiran, which is 0.76 gram per liter, and further increase of the concentration of lactose. There's no further, there's no further increment, significant improvement towards the amount of polysaccharide kefiran produced. So means at this stage we managed to optimize this the concentration at 50 gram per liter, and we produce the kefiran, which is the polysaccharide at 0.76 gram per liter. So move along, we studied the effect of different nitrogen sources. So in this stage, we studied the different nitrogen sources such as yeast extract. We have peptone, meat extract, and casein hydrolysate. So the control is without the nitrogen source. Then we can see that when we put no nitrogen source at all, very minimum, will give very less production of kefiran. But when you use yeast extract, okay, as the nitrogen sources, you get maximal production of kefiran at 0.75 gram per liter. And from this experiment, okay, move along, we studied different yeast extract concentration from 0 to 14 gram per liter. Okay, so when we studied the different concentration of yeast extract, we found that, okay, as we increase the yeast extract concentration up to 12 gram per liter, okay, we achieve maximal kefiran production of 1.25 gram per liter, okay, which is higher, okay, compared to the previous one. The previous one, okay, at this stage we used only 6 gram per liter of yeast extract. At here we use 12 gram per liter and gave up to 1.25 gram per liter. and beyond this concentration, we don't see any improvement of this polysaccharide. So from this, we take the 12 gram per liter of yeast extract as the maximum production for the optimal concentration at 12 and for maximum production of the polysaccharide kefirine. And furthermore, we studied the effect of phosphate concentration, okay, at 0, okay, which is where no phosphate at all, okay. There's very less kefirine. It's about 1 gram per liter, but when we use at 0.25, it increased the production, okay, production up to 1.25. So there is a significant role of phosphate in this medium, where increase the production of kefirine, and furthermore, further increment of this concentration. There's no increase. Okay? There's a drop. There's no increase, or there's more or less. There's no different in terms of production of kefirine of the polysaccharide. So at this stage, we took 0.25 gram per liter as our optimal concentration for phosphate. Then we studied the growth kinetic before and after. So at this stage, we can see that we increase, okay, before the unoptimized medium, we got about 1 gram per liter of cell mass. We increase the cell mass to up 1.92 gram per liter. And the most important thing here is that we increase the production of kefirine from 0.26 gram per liter up to 1.29 gram per liter, which is about 396% of increment in terms of product. And we have this result published in the year of 2016. You can check this paper for the production of kefirine. Okay, and the next stage, we want to study the effect of osmotic pressure. The idea of we want to study this osmotic pressure is because osmotic pressure gives stress towards the cells. So the idea is when cells are in stress condition, they tend to more to produce more of this polysaccharide, okay, as a protectant, okay, as a shield for them towards the stress or the extreme environment. So we want to study at different osmolarity, okay, osmolarity by introducing different concentration of sodium chloride. So as we increase from 450 to 550 ml, which is the optimal stress condition for production of this polysaccharide kefirine. But further increase of the stress of sodium chloride, okay, the osmotic stress, we see that the production, the cells decrease, as well as the production of the polysaccharide itself. So we can see that this is more into growth associated, okay, cell decrease, and also as the product. So it means at this stage, okay, when we put more stress, okay, it decreases the productivity of our cells. And after that, we studied also the effect of different type of surfactants. So control means there is no surfactant added, and we have 20, 20, 80, and Triton X100. So the idea of using this to study this surfactant because it is known that Triton or surfactant, they can function as to increase the cell membrane permeability for the transport of medium inside the cells and for the excretion of the product or the polysaccharide outside the cells. So we wanted to test which one is the best surfactant. So in this study, we found that the Triton X100 gave the highest production of kefirine, which is about 1.62 gram per liter. Okay, and we try to optimize the concentration, and we found that 1 gram per liter is the best concentration. Okay, we started from 0 to 2 gram per liter, and 1 is the best. And if we increase further the concentration of Triton X100, okay, it become toxin towards the cell itself, and the cell and also the product are decreasing. Okay. And we studied effect of Triton X100 addition time. We added at 0, 12, 24, 36, and 48 hours, okay, at different time. So we found that at the zero time, okay, in the initial of this fermentation medium, fermentation time, we found that we have the best to add this Triton X100 in the beginning of the fermentation, where we got about 1.62 gram per liter at this time. And if we add this surfactant after beyond this time, we shows that it's decreasing. Okay, the number of product produced is decreasing. This could be supported our idea that our theory that hypothesis that the surfactant actually helps. Okay, it helps with the secretion of product and also transport of medium of nutrients outside the cell into inside the cells. Okay, and we did the growth kinetic study, okay, before introducing the osmotic stress, okay, and after. So we see there is an increment, and after means we introduce the osmotic stress plus addition of surfactant at 1 gram per liter, which is Triton X100. So there is a significant improvement. Okay, this is the continuity of study with the previous one up to the phosphate study. So we study with the osmotic stress plus the surfactant. So we managed to increase the production of polysaccharide up to 1.62 gram per liter, right? So this is we can say this is a significant increment, okay, and they give significant effect towards the production. Osmotic stress and surfactant gave significant improvement towards the production of our polysaccharide, which is kefirine. So this is the results which is published from the Arabian Journal of Chemistry. You can check for this influence of osmotic stress and non-ionic surfactants is published in this. So what we can conclude here is that we managed to increase the production. We optimize the medium, introduce osmotic stress and also surfactant increase. We managed to increase the production of kefirine. And next, we also did study this produce, which is I didn't share here because of the limitation of time. We managed to increase. We studied in the bioreactor. We studied different parameters, and then we introduced fed batch, and then we managed to increase the production of kefirine beyond this value, which is in the process and preparation. Okay, to publish this result is still ongoing, and we also did the mixed culture system, and also which is we haven't published the result yet. It is ongoing. Okay, we are in the preparation part, and we patented the process. Okay, we have patented the process and come up with the prototype for this product. So with that, I would like to thank you, okay, for your attention, and I would like to thank you also microbial bioprocessing team, okay, which is our director, Professor Dr. Hisham and Shashi, Mr. Soleh Ramli, okay. Okay, we have TS Dr. Siti Zulaiha Hanafi, which is also in the team, microbial bioprocessing team. And also, this is our team of students, which together with us, with the microbial bioprocessing team. Okay, we have our postgrad student, which is currently active, and many have already graduated. Okay, and thank you. Terima kasih.
All right, thank you, Dr. Daniel, for the very informative talk. All right, due to time constraint, I can allow only one question from the floor. All right. Oh, we have one question from Prof. Mukti. All right, Dr. Daniel, thank you for the nice presentation. Can you hear me, Dr. Daniel?
Yes, I'm trying to go out from this.
So the question is, what is the challenge and obstacle for scale-up production? So the challenge and the obstacle. And the other one is maybe you can suggest for scale-up recombinant protein for detection kit. Okay, so we have, I repeat the question. So what is the challenge and obstacle for scale-up production? And do you have any suggestion for scale-up recombinant protein for detection kit? So do you have, maybe you have any?
Thank you very much for the questions. So process scale-up, like I mentioned before in the previous slide, we have many challenges. Okay? From the lab scale is things looks like very easy, because we're working with very small scales, okay, with the shake flask. But then when we go for another level, which is the pilot scale, okay, we are working with a larger vessel, like in different process conditions. So there is sometimes like agitation. Okay, for example, okay, one of the obstacles if you want to go fermentation, maybe agitation, you cannot perform. Let's say in the large scale, you cannot go for 1000 RPM. So in order, our objective still, we want to have the same amount of product, let's say 2 grams per liter or 5 grams per liter of product. So we need to compensate, we need to compensate the process, okay, the process in terms of processing parameters, we adjust them so that we can get the same exact amount of product. So there are many factors that we need to study, okay, in order to successfully bring up our process to a larger scale. And for the kit,
recombinant protein for detection kit, do you have any idea? Any suggestion?
For the kit, actually, I have no idea how's the kit, how to. But of course, there is a challenge, okay, when we want to move from small scale to bigger scale. But I think if you're working in the fermentation, okay, we have we want to produce larger scale. Okay, there's a challenge with it. So a lot of parameters in terms of process we need to take care. But for other factors, okay, which is dedicated for the kit itself, I think we need to explore more. Okay.
Careful,
yes.
yeah, need to be out. Yes. Okay. Okay. Hopefully we can. I mean, maybe Dr. Daniel can talk with Prof. Mukti further for discussion. All right. Thank you, Dr. Daniel, for the
Thank you very
talk.
much. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I pass this to my colleague, Dr. Ayu, for the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zarani and Dr. Daniel. I think a little bit hot in my head right now. It's been so many knowledge.
So many knowledge, so many information. Okay.
So many information, which is best information. Oh, Prof. Hesham would like to give applause. Maybe the other also would like to give applause for Dr. Daniel.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Zarani. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we need to recharge a little bit with a single quote. Reading makes a full man, writing makes an exact man, and workshop makes a ready man. So we are now in our workshop, and I hope you're still with us to start your brain button on again. For our next speaker, let me introduce our next speaker first. Dr. Vera Kurnia Dewi, MSc, finished her doctorate degree in organic chemistry from Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia, and now working in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences as lecturer and coordinator for chemistry program. And then organic chemistry and natural product chemistry have been her research interests lately, which focus on natural antioxidants. Awarded as runner-up for Outstanding Lecturer of UNJ in 2014 and 10-year devotion from Indonesian government. Please welcome Dr. Vera Kurnia Dewi.
Thank you, moderator, for a nice introduction. First of all, I would like to thank to the committee for giving me the opportunity to present about my research on the topic secondary metabolites from some Indonesian Cryptocarya species Lauraceae, which potential for model compounds of antitumor. As we know, cancer is one of the main causes of death in the world. Until now, the search for anti-cancer compounds from nature, especially from plants, is being continuation activities. One group of plants that produce potential anti-cancer compounds is Cryptocarya, one of the large genera of family Lauraceae. Cryptocarya in Indonesia, locally known as Medang or Huru, occur mainly in Asia, Australia, and Melanesia, and it has been long known for its economical value, such as, for the example, the tree bark of Cryptocarya alba using for infection medicine, and the wood from Cryptocarya glaucens using for furniture, and the tree bark of Cryptocarya masoi used for source of essential oil. Literature research has indicated that Cryptocarya is a rich source of secondary metabolites belong to alkaloid, irons, flavonoids, stilbene, and terpenoid derivatives. Among them, irons, alkaloid, and flavonoid is mainly compound isolated from Cryptocarya. Some of isolated compounds show interesting biological activity, such as anti-tumor, antivirus, antimicrobe, and etc. So this is the example of flavonoid derivatives isolated in Cryptocarya. There are three types flavonoid derivatives isolated, such as chalcone, flavonol, and flavanols. And this is the example of alkaloid derivatives found in Cryptocarya. There are so many types of alkaloid derivatives. And in this slide, there are benzyl tetrahydroisoquinoline, aporfine, pavine, isoquinoline, and phenanthrene type. And this is the structure of pyrons derivatives, stilbene, lignans, and terpenoids, which isolated from Cryptocarya plant. Previous investigation on antitumor bioactivity of secondary metabolites from Cryptocarya. As we can see in this slide, there are several compounds show cytotoxic activity against various tumor cells. So from this information, Cryptocarya
think Dr. Vera. Okay. Maybe the operator will help. Dr. Vera, is it okay?
Okay. So based on this background, we conducted a phytochemical study on 4 Indonesian Cryptocarya plants, namely Cryptocarya tauensis, Cryptocarya conisi, Cryptocarya paebiopsis, and Cryptocarya cagayanensis through psychochemical isolation and identification of secondary metabolites. Cytotoxic assay on secondary metabolites of the 4 species against murine leukemia cells, leukemia cancer cell, colon cancer, breast cancer, and lung cancer, as well as evaluated anti-angiogenesis activity through its inhibition, the tyrosine kinase enzyme. So the structure and anti-tumor activity relationship of the secondary metabolite in the 4 Cryptocarya species studied to get anti-tumor model compound. So to achieve the objective, we took some laboratory work as shown in this slide. The sample Cryptocarya tauensis bark were collected in Kalimantan Island, while the wood of Cryptocarya conisi was collected from Cibodas Botanical Garden, West Java, and the stem bark of Cryptocarya plebiopsis and cagayanensis we collected in Papua Island. The isolation of secondary metabolite involved a number of laboratory work, including extraction, fractionation, and purification using various chromatography techniques, including VLC, column chromatography, radial chromatography, and HPLC to get a pure compound. And then we identified the structure, the molecule structure using spectroscopy data, UV, IR, NMR, NMS, and the cytotoxic effect of isolated compound was evaluated against the 5 cells while using MTT method, and the anti-angiogenesis activity was carried out using tyrosine kinase inhibitory assay. So this is the result as shown in this slide, distribution and diversity of compound isolated from 4 Cryptocarya plants. The phytochemical investigation of 4 Cryptocarya plants has successfully isolated and characterized 20 pure compounds, including 4 new compounds. 2 compounds belong to neolignin type, and others 2 others belong to chalcone type, while 16 pure compounds were non-compound. Among of them belong to neolignin, alkaloid, aporfin, chalcone, flavonone, amide, and biflavonoid. So here's the molecule structure of isolated compound. The first one is belong to neolignin type, and this is the 4 new compound belong to neolignin and chalcone type: cryptotyrrhenin A, cryptotyrrhenin B, 2-accent hydroxychalcone, and desmethyl infectocarby. This is the structure of amida derivatives, alkaloid derivatives, and then biflavonoid derivatives, and then chalcone derivatives, and flavonone derivatives. So the meaning of the discovery of isolated compound that the presence of neolignin derivatives such as dihydrodiagenol or methyl dihydrodiagenol, cryptotyrrhenin A, and cryptotyrrhenin B is an important chemical data on the phytochemistry of Cryptocarya, because chemotaxonomically can explain the relationship Cryptocarya with Aniba, Nectandra, Ocotea within the Lauraceae family. In addition, the presence of 2 Cryptocarya non-derivatives such as desmethyl infectocaryon, cryptochinons A and cryptochinons B indicated that the structural modification of the group of compounds are still ongoing, and it is possible to obtain other derivatives as continuation of this chemical modification. And moreover, finding 2-accent hydroxychalcones. Thought it is the simple chalcone compound, but from the view of its biogenesis, it involves the reduction process on cinnamoyl tetracetide, probably before the aromatic ring formation. Thus, 2-accent hydroxychalcone show a consistent ability of cinnamoyl, the plant to produce the metabolites of cinnamoyl oligocetida in Cryptocarya. This is the result of cytotoxicity activity of methanol extract from 4 species of Cryptocarya and 20 isolated compounds against murine leukemia cells. So in this study, cytotoxic properties was carried out against murine leukemia cells on methanol extracts and the 20 isolated compounds. So the cytotoxic test is one of the initial selection methods in order to find compounds that have potential in as anti-tumor as suggested by NCI. So the cytotoxicity activity against murine leukemia using MTT method. So from this result, it is clear that chalcone derivative and flavonol derivatives compound tends to have more active cytotoxicity than alkaloid, neolignin, biflavonoid, and amide derivatives. In the chalcone group of compounds, the compounds containing tetrahydrobenzofuran unit, such as infectocaryon, desmethyl infectocaryon, and cryptocaryon show high or very strong cytotoxic properties against murine leukemia cells compared to a compound without this unit, such as 2-accent hydroxychalcone. So this result indicated that the presence of tetrahydrobenzofuran unit in the reduced chalcone skeleton contributed significantly to the increase of cytotoxic activity against murine leukemia cells. Furthermore, influencing factors was the change from 5,6 dihydroxychalcone compounds to more complex chalcone, such as cursichalcolactone A, cursichalcolactone B, and chalcocaryanon C, apparently decrease the cytotoxic effects. In the terms of cytotoxic of flavonol derivatives, 4 of the 5 compounds tested in this study had the same molecular framework, namely 5,6-dihydroflavonol. There are an interesting thing to compare that cytotoxicity between cryptosinons A and cryptosinons B, and with cryptocaryanon A and B. Each of these compounds was distinguished by the presence of a hydroxyl group at 7. That is show that cryptoquinones A and B were much less active than cryptocaryanon A and cryptocaryanon B. This fact indicates that the presence of a hydroxyl group at the at the position number 7 causes the polarity of the molecules of cryptocaryanon A and B to be different from cryptoquinones A and B, so that it becomes a factor that causes a decrease in cytotoxic activity. And then furthermore, when cryptocaryanon A and B condense to form dimeric compounds such as bicaryanon A, it tends to decrease the cytotoxic activity. So it is clear that chalcone and flavonol derivative compounds tend to have more active cytotoxicity than alkaloid, neolignin, biflavonoid, and amide derivatives. These slides show the cytotoxic test result of isolated compound against 4 other tumor cells. And based on this result, it is clear that chalcone derivative and flavonone derivatives also tend to be more cytotoxic than alkaloid, biflavonoid, and amide. So this is the result of tyrosine kinase inhibitory assay. So from this slide, we can see that only 2 compounds show a high percentage of inhibition, namely cryptocarion and Kurji-chalcolactone B. So based on the result of both cellular and molecular anti-tumor bioactivity tests, it can be concluded that cytotoxicity of chalcone and flavonone compound containing tetrahydrobenzofuranone units will be strong against murine leukemia cell, human leukemia cells, and lung cancer, and provide a high percentage of inhibition of tyrosine kinase enzyme. So specifically, it can be underlined the presence of tetrahydrobenzofuranone unit or pharmacophore in cryptocarion and cryptocarianone A, which is thought to play an important role in these biological properties. From literature research, the pharmacophore of tetrahydrobenzofuranone turned out to be the structural unit of a number bioactive compounds such as antrafurantrione, hymethoxin B, and chillarenoid. These compounds are not aromatic derivatives, but belong to the terpenoid group, but have tetrahydrobenzofuranone units. Cryptocarion also show high cytotoxicity against several cell cancers. So from this result, so from the phytochemical study of 4 species Cryptocarya and anti-tumor evaluation of the isolated compounds, it can be concluded that cryptocarion containing a tetrahydrobenzofuranone unit in its molecular structure can be selected as a lead compound for anti-tumor drug development. So as the conclusion, 20 compounds, including 4 new compounds, and 16 other known compounds were successfully isolated from Cryptocarya taiwanensis, Cryptocarya conisi, and Cryptocarya poepsis, and Cryptocarya cagayanensis. The result of the cytotoxic bioactivity test against several tumor cells show that chalcone and flavonone derivatives, especially those containing tetrahydrobenzofuranone units, such as desmethyl infectocarion, cryptocarion, cryptocarianone A and B, were cytotoxic, while metabolite secondary group of neolignans, porphin alkaloid, amide are non-cytotoxic. The result of tyrosine kinase inhibition tests show that only cryptocarion and Kurji-lactone B compounds gave a very high percentage of inhibition. Based on the research result, cryptocarion compounds and their derivatives can be suggested as anti-tumor model compounds. So in this moment, I would like to acknowledge GSBS for giving me fund to do this research in Meiji Pharmaceutical University, Japan, and Chibodas Botanical Garden for supplying and identification the sample. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vera. we already have one question on the chat box from Dr. Nur Hayati Muhammad Nur. In terms of cytotoxicity study on the tumor cell, how toxic the active compound to the normal cell? That will be the question, Dr. Fera. It's still muted, Dr. Fera. Okay, maybe I repeat the question. This is in
Okay.
terms of cytotoxicity. Okay, the toxic of the
So,
active compound.
in terms of cytotoxicity, the compound show high potent cytotoxicity effect if IC50 below 2 milligram per milliliter.
So
2 microgram.
2 microgram. Okay.
Yeah, per milliliter.
So it's not toxic to normal cell, means only will disturb the tumor cell, like that, Dr. Fera?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, another question from our Vice Dean 1. Have the product been tested clinically?
The product haven't been tested clinically. Hopefully, someday maybe we can cooperate with medical study program to do the.
Okay, some research I think still needed to be done, yeah, Dr. Fera, to make it available to the market, right? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will give a big applause to Dr. Fera again for a very nice presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Fera. And then it's finally time for me to end my moderating session. And it's also time for me to get caffeine after this. And it's been a pleasure. And it's been a very pleasure flowering all the audience here with all information from UNJ speaker Hopley. And now I invite my colleagues, Dr. Zarani, to end the session with the last speaker for today's workshop session.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ayu. Okay. Before we wrap up this morning session, we have our last speaker. They're going to share her talk with us about papaya. I think Dr. Ayu, papaya is very nice. This we serve it cool. Okay.
Yes.
Allow me to introduce Dr. Zaida for a while. Okay, Dr. Zaida obtaining her PhD in plant molecular biology and proteomics at Imperial College of London. Her research is focused on medicinal plant in the area of proteomics, molecular biology, protein bioinformatics, and phytoremediation for further application to boost industries or preserve the environment. She previously worked as researcher in Malaysia Palm Oil Board before joining UTM. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Zaida to deliver her presentation entitled The Potential of Papaya Petiole for Health and Environment. All right, Dr. Zaida, you ready? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Zarani, for the kind introduction.
Maybe you can have a slide presentation.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, I can see that. Okay, Dr. Zaida, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zarani, for the kind introduction. So very good afternoon and assalamualaikum to everyone still with me at the moment. So I know that we are all hungry, okay, need the caffeine, okay, and whatnot, okay. But just bear with me for about 15 to 20 minutes, okay, or so. I would like to talk about, okay, my latest research, okay, on the papaya petiole. So basically, we would like to study and also to investigate and explore the potential of the petiole for health and environment. So my name is Zaida Rahmat, okay, and basically the idea, okay, actually comes from the papaya plant itself. So when we talk about papaya, okay, and as you can see in the slide, the tree actually has lots of parts. So the well-known part would be the papaya fruit itself, okay, as you can see at the center over here. So it is the most commonly known more or less parts, okay, on the papaya, and this is a well-known fruit, okay, to all over the world. And we are very lucky as we are in the tropical country that we could basically plant it ourselves without having to, well, if you are basically someone who likes to plant plants, so you can actually plant it yourself. So in terms of the fruit itself, so the fruit have some benefits, in terms of antioxidants, which actually has been studied a lot. It is also high in vitamin C, and it contains the famous enzyme papain, which is basically one of the protease that is needed and basically could have a lot of other uses. It also possesses anti-cancer and also reduce inflammation, and of course to improve digestion, especially for those with constipation. The next part on the papaya is actually on the leaf, on top here. So I think the leaf is quite common as well. I'm not sure in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, sometimes we consume the leaf as in culinary, whether to cook it, or basically to just blanch it, in boiling water, and then eat it as ulam, with some sambal. So the leaf is also one of the parts of the papaya that has been studied, in detail, whereby lots of reports, have basically document on the health benefit, such as treat symptoms of dengue fever. So the keyword here is treat symptoms. It doesn't actually cure the dengue fever, some of the symptoms only. It also possesses anti-cancer properties, and it has been studied to improve blood sugar level associated with diabetes, and also improve skin and hair health. The next part of the papaya is actually on the seed, whereby the seed, even though probably the least of the plant that people would care about, because well, when you open up the papaya fruit, you can see the seeds, and the seeds can be used to plant the papaya if you just dry it and then just put it on top of the soil. But the seed has also been studied and it also contains antioxidant, anti-cancer, helps in weight loss and reduce inflammation. But don't go and take the seed and then consume it to reduce your weight. There are some things that needs to be done to aid in weight loss by using the seeds. So the next part is actually on the root. So probably not many of us have seen the roots. Even I actually haven't seen the root of the papaya, but there has been studied on the roots whereby it has been reported to contain anti-cancer, helps with kidney, helps to treat kidney disease, and basically it can help with rheumatism as well. So would be good news for those with rheumatism. So the next part, and as you can see on the slide, is actually the flower, the lesser known part. So the flower, would be somewhere in between here, in between the fruit itself. So usually it would flower first, and then it would produce the fruit, and the seeds in the fruits. So the flower actually is, well, a lot of people actually don't know that papaya actually have flower. It does have flower, so it's actually whitish in color. So there are a few studies that has been done on the flower, and it has reported to contain antioxidants as well. And the flower has been used to treat respiratory problem, and it has in vitro study has proven the treatment. So the lesser known part or the rare part of the papaya, and basically the topic, the highlight of my topic is the petiole. So the petiole is the part here that connects the leaf to the main stem, that you can see over here. Some people call it the branch, some people call it even a stem, some people call it, I'm not sure, whatever, a lot of people have called it, but the correct term for the part is actually petiole. So why petiole? Basically because, well, the idea comes from someone who has went to India, and he said that when we went over there, people in India actually use the petiole to use as an alternative to plastic straw. So the idea actually is quite fascinating. So we hopefully in the future could probably reduce the plastic problem and whatnot, but we need to study on the petiole first, because so far there is no information on the properties, on the components, on the compounds within the petiole. So what we did is that we try to study the petiole. So in order for us to study the petiole, let's have a look first at how the petiole would look like. The mistake that we made in conducting the study is that we forgot to produce the cross section of the petiole. So that's why I'm using from a study from Jimenez et al. In 2014, whereby it has a cross section of the stem itself. So the stem, if you were to cross it longitudinal and also vertically, it would look like this and this. So the petiole is this part. So the part that you see over here, in A, it contains hollow part, okay, and if you were to cross it, okay, later on you can see, okay, that there are fiber over there, again, the hollow part is within it. This is actually similar to the outlook of the petiole. Okay, it's just that, like I said, okay, we forgot to cut it, okay, to do a cross section of it, but it contains similar properties, just that it's actually smaller as compared to the stem, and the fiber is actually softer, okay, as compared to the stem itself. So what we did, okay, with the petiole, okay, is that we divided into two studies. Okay, this is done by two students. So the first part, okay, is actually to determine the combustibility potential, okay, of the papaya petiole itself, because we know that, okay, and especially in Malaysia, because the leaf, okay, is being sold even as vegetables, okay, and also being used, okay, in some culinary. So when people took the leaf, okay, of the petiole, okay, what happens is that, okay, the petiole, okay, would die or rot on the tree if it is left on the tree. But based on what I have observed when I went to one of the papaya farm, okay, in 2019, they actually cut off all the petiole from the stem, then only they harvest the leaf. And what happened to the petiole? They just throw it away, okay, leaving it to become a waste. So the waste, okay, would become a problem later on, and that is why the idea, okay, of us to study the potential of the petiole as a compost material. So what we have done, okay, is that we first and foremost, okay, determine some trace elements in the raw papaya petiole itself, and this is our findings, okay, in the ascending order. So the first one, the highest, is actually potassium. So for those who are familiar with plant, potassium is actually not so uncommon. So potassium is needed, okay, for plant growth and development, and especially for chlorophyll and also for nutrient transportation. So the next actually is the calcium, which is also among the nutrient needed for the plant growth and development. The next one is the magnesium. Okay, similarly, macronutrient needed for the plant growth and especially for chlorophyll or photosynthesis. The next one is sodium, another more or less salt, okay, comparable to potassium, but usually sodium is not in high abundance as compared to potassium, because potassium is still the main more or less medium, okay, for transportation. So the next one that we detect, okay, which is a heavy metal, okay, is iron. So iron, okay, is a heavy metal, but okay, in plant it is actually also needed, okay, in small amount, okay. So trace amount of iron in plant is actually quite common. Doesn't mean that, okay, there is iron in the plant, so the plant is actually very dangerous and whatnot. So iron is actually needed, and especially in conjunction, okay, with plant growth and development. So the next one that we actually detect, okay, but in minus amount, is actually manganese. So manganese is actually not a heavy metal, okay, and certain plants, a lot of plants actually, manganese couldn't be detected at all because it's usually in minus amount. And the same goes, okay, with the papaya petiole. And the last one that we trace in minus amount is actually in zinc. So zinc is also one of the heavy metals. So abundance of zinc in plant would bring detrimental effect as well. But we found it in minus amount, so that means that it is still tolerable to be used. So I think if the idea of using papaya petiole, okay, as an alternative straw, okay, would be safe to say, okay, because you are going to basically use it, okay, in your mouth and whatnot. So the next thing that we do, okay, is, okay, to prepare the material for the composting itself. So we did 3 different experiments, okay. 2 is the main one, okay. Basically we have a control, okay, whereby a raw uncut petiole, as you can see, okay, in the bottom part of the slide. So this is where, okay, we actually just cut, okay, one whole part of the petiole, okay, with the leaf, okay, and try to see, okay, how long does it take for it to be dried. After 8 weeks, after 56 days, actually it is still not totally dry. So, but we still, okay, go on, okay, with our research, okay. We actually cut it, okay, into smaller pieces, okay, and then we dry it, okay. So we basically have more or less an observation, okay, weekly, twice weekly, up until week 8. My actual student didn't include the week 8, okay, because actually the picture is in the next slide. So we also have the dried petiole, okay, whereby we cut the petiole into smaller pieces and then we dry in the oven for 70 degrees Celsius overnight, okay, and then, okay, later on proceed, okay, with similar drying process, or basically similar compostability potential. Apart from that, okay, we actually, okay, afterwards, okay, after the 8 weeks, okay, we put it, okay, in combination, okay, with some other materials, okay, so some carbon and also nitrogen sources, okay, all over the research facility in UTM, and produce, okay, the composting material to be put in a pot such as this. So probably the picture is a bit small, sorry for that. So from there, okay, we more or less, okay, observe, okay, the temperature changes, the pH changes, the odor, and also the color of the compost itself. So from the temperature, actually, because this experiment is done in a glass house, not a proper glass house, okay, it's just a glass house that we built, okay, without glasses, okay, just that we protect the wall with canvas, but sun could still penetrate through it. So it's actually quite hot in there. So on certain days, okay, the temperature inside, okay, the glasshouse itself is actually hotter, okay, than the temperature outside of it. So that's why, okay, you can see that the temperature could reach up until 40 degrees, okay, sometimes at some days. But usually it's within, okay, 30, okay, or basically below 30 degrees. And towards the end, okay, of our study, that is where rainy season occurs, okay, in Malaysia. And this is done, okay, during the lockdown, okay, from the pandemic. So of course, okay, we actually couldn't view it, okay, for a longer period of times. The next observation that we did is actually on the pH. So at the start of the compostability or composting process, we actually measure, okay, the pH, okay, twice weekly, like I said. So every third and the 7th day of every week. So at the beginning, the pH is around 6, okay, but at the end, okay, the pH is, well, it elevates a bit to up until 7.5, 7.2 to 7.5. It depends, okay, for our non-dry and also dry PTL that we use. But the pH during, okay, the beginning, okay, it actually drops a bit. So in the first week, it drops, okay, to about 5, and it stays quite constant up until week 6, okay, 5 to 6 weeks, okay, then it picks up, okay. So that is when actually the weather starts to become rainy. So we actually do not know if that is the cause, because humidity would increase with the rainy days. So we thought probably that would be some sort of a factor that contributes, okay, to the higher pH, but we actually need to study more on that. So this is what, okay, we basically could present, okay, on the compostability potential on the pH, okay. So the non-dried PTL is around 7.5, dried PTL is 7.2. So the typical range that has been recommended is around 6 to 8. So that means that our pH range that we produce from our compost using the papaya PTL is within the range, so acceptable. In terms of the temperature, ambient temperature is the acceptable, okay. So ours is actually 29, and the ambient temperature in Malaysia is around 25 to 27. So probably it's a bit higher, but then this is expected because we did it in a closed environment in the glasshouse, whereby it would be quite hot, okay, hotter than the outside environment. The next one is actually on the color of the compost itself. So recommend is dark brown. Now dark brown is actually recommended if your material comprise of organics material. Organic meaning that it comes from natural plants and whatnot, okay. If you use some material from fruit, okay, or even from leftover food, okay, so it will become a bit more dark in color, okay, a bit like kind of like blackish in color and whatnot. So because we use, okay, mostly from plant leaves, okay, and whatnot, so it is dark brown in color for both of the non-dried and dried PTL. So in terms of the odor, recommended would be the earthy smell. Hence, okay, we also get, okay, the earthy smell, which means that, okay, after 8 weeks, it actually doesn't smell that bad, as compared to if you were to use fruit, okay, which would produce gases, okay, which would produce a pungent smell. Same goes, okay, if you were to use food, leftover food and whatnot, so it produces, okay, some not so nice smell. So ours is acceptable in the case. So I would say that the compostability potential of the papaya PTL itself, okay, is promising to be used, okay, to reduce waste. So we later, okay, try to determine, okay, go back, okay, to determine the trace elements, okay, and compare it, okay, with before the experiment. So this is what we get, okay, before, and this is after, okay, the composting process. So what we get, okay, is, okay, and to highlight it to you guys, okay, you can see that there are increment in terms of all the elements, okay, after the composting process. And this is actually quite common because, okay, during the composting process, okay, all the materials, okay, basically they are clumped in closed environment, okay, more moist, okay, is actually being produced because, okay, some water is also provided in the process and whatnot. So it would actually increase, okay, some of the trace element, apart from contribution of increment of the trace element from other source, okay, of the compost, such as from other leaves, okay, to provide the carbon and also the nitrogen sources. So what would be the stark increment, okay, and I think, okay, you guys can see it's actually in the iron, okay, whereby, okay, from 0.4, okay, it shoot up, okay, to 900 something for dry PTO and more than 1,000, okay, for non-dry PTO. So we actually have tried, okay, to discuss, okay, with people who are familiar, okay, with compost, okay, and to them that is actually quite common because, okay, especially we need to provide some soil, okay, in the compost itself. So sometimes, okay, iron, okay, is contained within the soil, and we know that because we use lots of dried leaves, okay, to provide carbon and also nitrogen sources. So it also contributes, okay, to the accumulation of iron in the compost at the end of the study. So in the end, even though the iron basically increased, okay, actually it is still a success, okay, for us, meaning that okay, even though the iron content is higher after the composting, okay, the compost is still safe to be used, okay, but probably not for landfill purposes. Right, so the second half, okay, of the project, okay, is actually we are focusing on the protein part. So we extract protein from the papaya petiole, and for the seed and fruit and also the leaf that you are seeing over here, the electrophoresis of the SDS, okay, it's not from our work, okay. I actually took it from different paper from different journals just for comparison purposes. So seed and fruit, okay, and also leaf, okay, there are studies on protein profiling of it, okay, but none on petiole. So we did more or less extract the protein, okay, using two methods, okay, and this is the best method, but I think the method needs to be improved, okay, to produce better protein bands later on, because from what we have observed over here, and probably not that obvious, okay, to a lot of you seeing it just over your computer screen, there are some similarities, okay, between the band produced here, okay, and the ones produced from the leaf. This is because, okay, the petiole is actually the one that connects to the leaf, okay, so probably some of the nutrients are retained in the petiole, okay, before it is being transferred to the leaf as well, but it needs to be proven further, and we could only prove that after the mass spectrometry analysis on the extracted protein. So next thing, okay, that we do, okay, is that, okay, we test the bioactivity of the protein, okay, so we more or less hydrolyze it further, because protein is actually a big component, okay, or a big compound. So if it is chopped, okay, or hydrolyzed into smaller pieces, it will produce peptide, which actually works better. And there are lots of peptides, okay, with medicinal properties. So one of the properties, okay, that we test out is actually on the antioxidant, okay, because we know that, okay, and from the first slide I've shown you, most parts, okay, of the papaya actually has antioxidant properties. So from our studies of undigested and also digested papaya petiole protein, okay, with 3 different proteases, it has been proven, okay, that on its own, okay, without digestion, okay, because the protein is actually a large part, okay, of a compound, there are still antioxidant activity, but, okay, it would be much better. The antioxidant potential is higher if it is chopped, okay, into small pieces to produce the peptides, as you can see over here. So trypsin, okay, produce the best antioxidant. The next one, okay, that we test out, okay, is actually on the enzyme inhibition assay via alpha amylase inhibition. So the same goes, okay, we test on undigested and also on the digested protein with the 3 different proteases. And this is what we get so far. So we actually get, or we didn't get, okay, a good result with pepsin, okay, because we think there is a problem, okay, with our protease, okay, at that time, because it produced negative result. By right, it shouldn't be producing negative result. So, but we actually couldn't repeat the process, okay, because of another lockdown in Malaysia that occurs during that time. So what we get, okay, is that, okay, similar results, okay, to the antioxidant, okay. So for the undigested, it produced, okay, lower inhibition as compared to when peptides has been produced, okay. Inhibition, okay, of the alpha amylase enzyme, okay, is better. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, okay, with the enzyme inhibition using alpha amylase is the first enzyme that food encounters through. For example, if you were to eat something, okay, in your saliva, okay, it will come in contact with alpha amylase first. So alpha amylase, okay, we broke down, okay, your food, okay, into glucose, into other parts, okay, of compounds. So it is the ability, okay, to inhibit, okay, alpha amylase, okay, to break it down further, okay, into lots of other glucose that is actually not good to your health, which will increase your blood sugar level. That is crucial, and that is being measured by the enzyme inhibition. So from the bioactivity assay, okay, usually if it has high antioxidant activity, probably it would have some enzyme inhibition activity, and this more or less corroborate, okay, our findings from here to here. Hence, my conclusion, sorry, okay, on the potential of the papaya petiole, okay, is that in terms of the trace element, okay, we actually, well, lesser than the threshold amount, okay, has been detected, again, set up by the FOA and also WHO, apart from iron after composting processes. As for the composting itself, okay, so it is promising, okay, like I said, which means that in terms of the observation that we have done, it more or less it is within the range that is expected. But okay, for future land quality, probably needs to be determined, especially for landfill purposes. Probably it will not be that good, okay, for the land itself. And again, for the protein, okay, we know that high amount of protein with good quality was obtained, okay, when we tried to extract the protein, but okay, the protein still have yet to be identified. So the next step that we're going to do, and we actually are doing it now, okay, within this year, is to identify the protein by mass spectrometry. And the last part, okay, is actually on the bioactivity. So it has been proven that papaya petiole contain high antioxidant, okay, with some anti-diabetic activity. So we need to, some further study need to be done, okay, whereby we need to do some enzyme inhibition study of the second enzyme, which is the alpha-glucosidase, to determine, okay, whether it would inhibit, okay, all the proteins or hydrolyzed peptides, okay, that has been produced from the papaya petiole as well. So that would be the end of my talk, and I would like to acknowledge, okay, my two students, okay, who did the work, okay, which is Aiman and also Nafadia. So thank you from me, and I'll, well, give it back the floor to you, Dr. Zarani.
Thank you, Dr. Zaida. Very informative, interesting talk. I think next time we were going to have you know, we try to have another research for petiole. Hopefully we can have more exciting research from Dr. Zaida in the future. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of our morning session. We like to say thanks again to our speaker and for the informative, interesting talk this morning, and also to the audience who support this event. Let's give a warm round of applause to the audience and the speaker. Okay, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to thank you all for making time in your busy schedule to join us this morning. It's been my pleasure to be your moderator with Dr. Ayu, okay? And together we would like to wish you all a pleasant day. But just to remind that we have another afternoon session that will resume at 2:15 Malaysian time, and I think around 1:15 Malaysian Indonesian time. So once again, thank you for your attention, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you at 2:15 Malaysian time and 1:15 Indonesian time. Okay, okay, good, Dr. Ayu. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Zarani. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Bye-bye. See you afternoon.
UTM, University Technology Malaysia. Innovative, entrepreneurial, global. A global award-winning university in engineering and technology that coexists in the community to contribute to mankind. We invest in laboratories and facilities, empowering our people to solve life challenges. We nurture innovative minds through research and teaching because innovative minds drive competitive and innovative research culture. Life problems are brought into the labs to test our inventions against imperfections. Our facilities enrich our students' life because conducive environment triggers creative minds. empower students to be active contributors in the ecosystem. UTM embraces inclusivity and diversity. Together, making a difference, our entrepreneurial talents continue to improve the quality of life. We reach out to where it matters, the society. Treating water for consumption. Our research products and services have made a difference to many lives. We provide engineering solutions for sustainable development, and our engineering solutions uplift the quality of life and well-being. Our experts are mobilized to affected sites to respond to calls for help. We are proud to serve and make a difference. UTM strives with total commitment to attain excellence in science, technology and engineering for the well-being and prosperity of mankind. UTM, prospering lives.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good to hear your voice, Prof.
Okay, I will change the background.
All right. My name is Siti Aliani Dimad, and I will be your moderator for today. For this afternoon sessions, along with Dr. Han from UNJ. Say hi, Dr. Han. Dr. Hanan, are you there?
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right.
Yes, nice to see you all. Okay.
Have you had your lunch, Dr. Han?
Yes, of course. I've already finished my.
All right. I assume everyone is an energetic manager at the moment, since everyone had already taken their lunch. I hope you all have a nice lunch break, and hopefully everyone is here. Okay, can I get some thumbs up from everyone so that I know everyone is joining in?
Kirim ulang virtual background, Mas. Virtual background.
All right. Okay. So it's already 2:15. Okay, without further ado, let us continue on the workshop. I would like to remind the speaker the presentation will be about 20 minutes and the Q&A 5 minutes. More questions can be dropped by the chat box, and if the time is ending us, speaker can contact to further explain on the questions later on. So I would like to invite the next speaker, Associate Prof. Dr. Dayang Nurfairuz Abang Zaidil. Dr. Dayang is the current Director of Bioprocess and Polymer Engineering at the School of Chemical and Energy Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University Technology Malaysia. She is also an Associate Member of Institute Bioproduct Development with experiences in more than 50 R&Ds, as well as consultancy projects in the field of bioprocess engineering. Her experts focus on food processing and technology, food rheology, food nutrition, and green technology involving enzyme. So please welcome Dr. Dayang.
Hi.
Hello, Dr.
So I share my screen, yeah? How to share? I'm disabled to share my screen.
Okay, it's already.
Okay, now I can share my screen. Can you see my screen, Miss Alyani?
Yes, yes, but can you turn it into presentation mode, please?
Like this?
All right.
All right. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all participants in this today's workshop, UTM IBD and UNJ one-day workshop. Welcome to all participants from UNJ and also from IBD UTM. Yeah, so my name is Daya Nurul Fairuz binti Abang Zaidil. Yeah, I'm going to talk about pectic polysaccharides application as food ingredients for today workshop. Yeah, okay. So this is the content of my presentation. So I will be briefly introduce what is pectin, yeah, the extraction methods of pectin, characteristics of pectin, the function and application of pectin in food industry, the potential of pectin in food industry. Okay, so briefly, I would like to introduce what is pectic polysaccharides for those who don't know what is pectic polysaccharides. So polysaccharide is a long chain polymeric carbohydrate composed of monosaccharide units bound together by glycosidic linkages. Okay, this pectic polysaccharides is also known as pectin, yeah, in a short form, short name lah, pectin. Okay, the major constituent of all plants, it is the pectin is a major constituents of all plants. The dry mass of plant primary cell walls. So therefore, it provides structural integrity, the strength, and also flexibility to the cell wall. And acts as barrier to the external environment, so that the plant will be firm with this structure, okay, with pectin. Okay, so pectin is produced commercially, yeah, as a white to light brown powder, okay, depending on the sources. Yeah, mainly extracted from fruits, for example, commercially citrus peel and also apple peel, and is used in food as gelling agent, particularly in jams and jellies. It's also used in filling sweets as stabilizer in fruit juice and also milk drinks, and also it's a good source of dietary fiber as prebiotics. Okay, this is the with galactorine acid. It has a galactorine acid as the backbone of the three other domain found along the pectin, which are homogalactronan, yeah, rhamnogalactronan 1 and also rhamnogalactronan 2. Okay, then but 70% of pectin is mainly composed of galactorinic acid. Yeah, okay. So you can see here that galactorinic acid are esterified with methyl alcohol, which will provide the degree of esterification, which is also known as DE. Yeah, this is the percentage of how much is methyl ester alcohol in pectin. For example, if they are low methoxyl pectin, it has 50% of degree of esterification, DE. While more than 50% of DE, it is categorized as high methoxyl pectin. Yeah, it's the amount. Okay, so these two different DE will I will explain later. These two categories, two different categories. Why does pectin have these two categories, so that we can modify the pectin to suit our products, that which pectin that we can use to suit our needs of the products. Yeah. Okay, so this is the sources of pectin, raw materials that we can utilize. Usually all plants or fruits peel has pectin, has content of pectin, but it depends on the amount of pectin in different types of fruits. So these are some examples, sources of pectin. For commercial pectin, usually and also apples peels for commercial pectin. While for the other sources of pectin, we also have alternatives from, for example, our local fruits, from sweet potato, also the peel, the peel of the sweet potato, the sugar beet roots peel, the banana peel, carrot, the outside peel of the carrots, and also apricots. Usually we use all the waste after the fruits or being used. Okay, so the amount of pectin found in fruits and vegetables will vary. Depends on the types of fruits. Yeah, as a general rule, firmer fruits have high pectin levels. So that's why when high pectin means that the cell wall of the plant is very firm. Yeah? So meaning that the pectin is very high, while squishy fruits have lower pectin levels. So meaning that when the fruits are squishy means the cell wall is not very strong, means that pectin is very. So this is the content of pectin. It depends on the types of fruits, as I mentioned. You can see that the high amount of pectin in lemon pulp and orange peel, yeah, and passion fruits, for example. Apple pomace is also very high as compared to other types of fruits. Also from other types of fruits, we can have dragon fruit peels, which I also have this research from dragon fruit peels, and also sweet potato peels. Yeah. Okay. So these are, for example, the pectin content in different sources with the different types of category of pectin. Yeah? For example, if you can see that for high methoxyl pectin, we have it from passion fruits, banana peel, durian rind, yeah, and also mulberry bark. So these are the high methoxyl pectin category. Yeah? And for example, for the low methoxyl pectin, we have chickpea husk, we have dragon fruit peel, and also potato pulp. That are the low methoxyl pectin category. Okay. Okay. Now also the degree of esterification, because the low and high methoxyl pectin means that the degree of esterification is the low methoxyl pectin is less than 50%, while for the high methoxyl pectin is 50%. So these are also some example of degree of fruits. Yeah. So that's why if we know the degree of esterification of these different types of fruits from different fruits, we can estimate what are the pectin that we have, what kind of category of pectin that we have, so that we know which how these two have or to suit our formulation of food products. Okay. Okay, this is the extraction of pectin. How pectin is extracted from the fruit peels. Because for example, this is lemon. For example, so we have we can squeeze out the lemon juice from the lemon with 100 gram lemon juice, but then we will have 100 gram of lemon peel as the waste from this juice extraction. Then we have then the lemon peel can be used to extract lemon oil. Okay, the essential oil from lemon. Then after that, the dried peel, we have the dried peel, which will be discarded from this process. Okay, then we will have this dried peel to extract pectin. And then after that, the remaining material from cattle feed properties from this peel. Yeah? So we have more function from the waste of the peel. Instead of just giving it to the cattle as a cattle feed, then we have two products. One is pectin and one is the feed, right? Okay. So it's like adding a value for this waste, for this byproduct from lemon. Okay. So these are some of the methods available to extract pectin. Okay, as you can see, we have a conventional method and also we have a modern or green method. Yeah. Usually for conventional method, for example, acid extraction, alkaline, Soclate extraction, they use a lot of solvent, large amount of solvent, and also longer time, very long time, a few hours, 6 hours, 3 hours, for example. Okay, so therefore, more researchers are now looking for alternative methods using modern or green methods. For example, microwave extraction, ultrasonic extraction, subcritical water extraction. These are some examples. There are other methods, I believe. Okay, these green methods are using less solvent, less amount of solvent, and also using and also reducing the extraction time, so that we don't have to use like 3 hours, 6 hours, or 12 hours of extraction. So we can just use, for example, for microwave, we can extract like 10 minutes or 20 minutes of the pectin. Okay, even for subcritical water, we can use water without any toxic solvent. Yeah, and the time is also like less than 1 hour. Okay. Okay, so these are also some examples for conventional extraction of pectin. So different, you can see the different sources of pectin produce different percentage of pectin yield. Yeah, even citrus also, if we modify the parameters of the extraction of pectin, it will affect the yield of pectin. Some even for lemon, it's also depending on the method of extraction. Yeah, it can influence the yield of pectin. Okay, these are some examples for acid, alkaline, and chemical treatment. Yeah, even for, you can see that different method for orange peel, it can produce different yield. One, even what alcohol precipitation is higher compared to water-based extraction. Okay, these are the example for modern or green extraction method of pectin. It's also depending on the parameters of the processing. Okay, some can be up to the highest there. We can see that jackfruit peels, it can produce pectin about 52% pectin yield, and the lowest is about 1.89 from dragon fruit peels. Yeah, it's also depending on the type of fruits and also depending on the methods that is used to extract the pectin. Okay, so these are the category, the different category of pectin, as I mentioned just now, the low methoxyl pectin and high methoxyl pectin. Why does these two have different category? Because if it's less than 50% DE, the low methoxyl pectin, we need it require little amounts of sugar for gelation. While for the high methoxyl pectin, it requires high amount of sugar for gelation, because pectin is used for as gelling agent in food products. Okay, if you need, like for example, low sugar food products or low sugar drinks, you might need a low methoxyl pectin as your gelling agent. So you don't want to use the high methoxyl pectin, since it needs sugar, a high amount of sugar to to gel. Yeah. So you may use low methyl pectin since it requires just a little amount of sugar and it's less sensitive towards acidity to form gels, yeah, as compared to the high methyl pectin. Okay, but it needs for the low methyl pectin, it needs some ions, for example, from calcium to form gels, but not for the high methyl pectin. So these are the different types of category for pectin. So that's why it's important that you know the degree of acidification of pectin your food products. Yeah. So which category that you need. So these are also the different application of food products that you may use the different DE pectin. Yeah? For high methoxyl pectin, which are the using the high amount of sugar. Yeah. So it's also depending on the DE percentage, the DE level. As the DE level increase, it can set very easily. Yeah, it can set very rapidly. So it's suitable to be used for in acidified dairy drinks. Yeah, as compared to the low low DE level of the HM pectin. Okay, it can set very slowly. So you can use it in jelly, jelly sugar or jelly drinks, and also bakeries. As compared to the low methoxyl pectin, okay, so it is most suitable for reduced sugar products. For example, low sugar drinks, yeah, and also low sugar food products or bakery, yeah, and then yogurt with low sugar. Okay. Then these two, high methoxyl and low methoxyl pectin, have its own benefits. Yeah, for example, it can improve protein stability, enhance flavor release, and also it has good thermal stability. Okay, for low methoxyl pectin, it can improve the gel and taste properties. Okay, and enhance flavor release and also reduce weight precipitation. Okay, so as I said just now, pectin is usually used as gelling agent, and it's also used for as thickening, as stabilizer, and also emulsifier. Yeah, but the most market used for thickening agent and also gelling agent. Yeah, these are some example of food application of pectin. Okay, the first one is the fruit-based product, for example, jams, jellies, sauce, and desserts. Yeah, because pectin, it can offer fantastic setting properties. It can set, depending on the DE just now, it can set very slowly, or it can set very fast. So it depends in what type of food products that you are planning to produce. Yeah, so it can be modified. Okay, then it's in bakery. Pectin helps stabilize the fillings and toppings used in cakes, pastries, and biscuits. In dairy products, for example, in yogurt, pectin is used as a thickener. In confectionery, in jelly candy, in beverages, pectin can improve the texture of low sugar drinks. For example, using the low methoxyl pectin. Okay, in nutrition products, for example, pectin is a good source of fiber, okay, soluble fiber, and also it has potential to be prebiotics. Yeah, so it can be used also in yogurt, for example, as prebiotics in addition of the probiotics. Yeah. Okay, so application and function of pectin in food. These are also example. Okay, jam, jellies, fillings as gelling agent, fruits, beverages as thickener. Yeah, as an example, we can just use pectin in very low amount, like 0.1 to 1% of pectin in each of the food products, depending on the formulation of the food that you are producing. Okay, these are some mechanism mechanism of stabilization. How pectin stabilize the emulsion, for example, in oil in water droplets, in oil and water emulsion. Pectin act as pectin absorb at the interface of the oil and water droplets during the emulsion formation that makes it stable. For example, we have different models here. We have tail adsorption model, loop and tail model, and also multi-layer adsorption model. So in different emulsion production, when you add pectin in the emulsion as stabilizer, it can you may use different types of emulsion mechanism to stabilize the emulsion. Okay, then for thickening, so thickening pectin or other molecules bump and loosely tangle with each other to thicken the food products. And for gelling, pectin and other molecules tightly entangle to make gel in food products. So as the gelling mechanism, these two high and low methoxyl pectin, they have a different mechanism for gelling, since the high methoxyl pectin requires sugar and acid at pH 3. And formation of junction zone is aided by the addition of sugar. While for low methoxyl pectin, it has wider pH range from 3 to 6, and it needs cations, for example, from calcium to form calcium bridge between the pectin chains, and it do not require sugar, okay, in order to form gel, and also it can form gels instantaneously as compared to high methoxyl pectin. It needs a longer time to gel. Okay, then one can be remelted, one cannot be remelted. So it depends on the function as well. Okay. Most commercial pectin, the galactorine acid is converted with ammonia to carboxylic acid amide because it is more tolerant to varying calcium concentration, so that it can be used in more applications of food, in low sugar jams and also yogurt drinks, for example. Okay, these are different types of stabilizer in food products. There are other types besides pectin. But pectin is one of the stabilizer, thickener, and gelling agents used. Okay. So what are the different between pectin and gelatin? For example, one type of gelling agent that is very widely used in food is gelatin. So as compared to pectin with in comparison with gelatin, is that pectin is plant-based. Gelatin is animal-based, and while pectin is thermo-irreversible at high temperature, it's fast flavorless and also low elasticity as compared to gelatin. So sometimes we may need other alternative to in our product to meet our need. Okay, these are some benefits of pectin. I may not go through one by one. Okay, these are the potential of pectin in food industry. Since high fiber content, it support digestive food sector, and the demand of pectin is increasing. It's increasing in Europe and also in Asia Pacific, and especially in food and beverages industries. Okay. And also in functional dairy products. Okay, then finally, the potential of pectin as food ingredients, it can benefit from a high level of acceptance among consumers, a natural perception, and is used in food globally. While this pectin has been approved as a safe additive for use in food, since it's not toxic, yeah, and also it's categorized as generally recognized as safe in the US, and it can be used in most food products. Yeah, it has a lot of potential. Okay, with that, I would like to end my my talk today, Ms. Aliani.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dayan, for the wonderful and interesting sharing. I was just wondering if there's any products that use durian pectin. Is it?
Yeah, durian pectin, right? Because we have a lot of durian rind when during season, but at the moment it's up to research R&D. It's not really being used as commercial yet. Usually commercial we use what's this apple and also lemon peel, citrus.
All right. Okay. All right. So, is there any questions from the floor, from the audience? Okay. Apparently, there's one from Ismar Budi. You say I need info on how to prepare the sample by using microwave.
Microwave extraction. Yeah, because in microwave, usually we have a special microwave for extraction. It's not like our microwave at home, because we in UTM we have microwave, a special design microwave that have a thimble inside the microwave, so that you can use solvent like ethanol or methanol that can be then you can put your sample in the microwave, and you can set the temperature, or you can set the power of the microwave to up to how many minutes, so that you can study if this power, for example 500 watts, is how long will be taken to extract the pectin. So usually microwave we need like 5 to 10 minutes only, depending on the power. So if the power is higher, then we need less time. Yeah. Is that answering the question?
I hope that answers the question. So all right, then I guess there's no question. I don't see anyone put in questions. All right, so I'll pass the floor to the moderator, Dr. Hein, from UNG.
Okay, I stop the share. Yeah? How to stop the share?
Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, there's another one question from Prof. Hisham. Sorry. Okay, based on your experience, which pectin type or source of plant considered as the best working as probiotic? Is there a study available?
Okay, it's not probiotic. It has potential as prebiotic. Prebiotic means then it can the oligosaccharide, because in pectin it consists of galactorinic acid as the backbone. So this if we hydrolyze this galactorinic acid in a shorter oligosaccharide, example, it can be used as prebiotic. It has potential because the prebiotic with the shorter chain, it can be used in our gut, yeah, in the food as addition function, something like that. But there is a lot of study actually for this prebiotic potential. I believe that the source of plant is all pectin source of plant has potential as prebiotic. Yeah, it's not like one specific source or just not one specific source, because all pectin has almost similar similar structure. It's just that the amount of pectin in the plant itself. So all pectin has potential as prebiotic. Yeah, there are actually a lot of study about this, but yeah, it's still in early stage of study.
There's another one quick question. So you mentioned just now that the pectin is grass safe as safe. So if we extract pectin from the plant base, does that mean that we need to do toxicology test on it?
Okay, for toxicology, I think since it is safe, yeah. But if, for example, we need to also know the what is this, the maximum, you know, the maximum amount that is the limit amount that can be used in each formulation. Usually for food, even though that before we send it to for consumption, we usually need to send for toxicology, right? I think it's better safe to be sent for toxicology to know the limit of the amount that can be used in certain product.
Yes, so I agree. Too much of that thing is also
We never know if let's say to be safe.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Dayang.
Welcome. Thank you very much, everyone.
I'll pass the floor to the moderator, Dr. Han from UNJ.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Siti Alyani and Dr. Dayang for a nice presentation session. And we still have 75 people still sitting in this meeting. Thank you for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we now will proceed to the second presentation in this after lunch session. My name is Hanhan Dianha from Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. I will continue to conduct this session with the next speaker. For this session, we will have Dr. Dalia Sukmawati. She finished her doctoral degree in yeast taxonomy from University of Indonesia. She is now working as lecturer in Biology Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of Universitas Negeri Jakarta. She has wide key technical skill in mycotechnology, plant disease detection, diagnosis and identification using conventional biochemistry and molecular methods. She also expert in plant disease management, post-harvesting disease management, biotechnology, and taxonomy molecular, which in turn being her research. And she is also active member of the Indonesian Mycological Society and Forum of Communication for Indonesian Culture Collection. And please, Dr. Dalia Sukmawati, the time is yours.
Very much, Dr. Han. This very nice presentation. This nice introduction to me. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you being in our workshop. I would like to present my research. Please let me to share my presentation. Okay. Wait. It's okay. Everybody can see what I will present. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to present what I'm doing in my lab with all of my students and my teams. We're talking about the yeast in fermented food and their probiotic potential. This is my content of this presentation is what is the fermented food. And what is the probiotic? What is the beneficial of probiotics? What is the yeast in the fermented food? And what is our research in Universitas Negeri Jakarta Culture Collections? This is about a little talking about the what is the fermented food. Fermented food is contain the food that metabolize with a microorganism. The microorganism who include in this fermented food is yeast or bacteria or filamentous fungi. That's very beneficial for the high quality of the value of the fermented food. For example, that can have a good flavor, that have a rich of the nutrition of the fermented food. Before, if they are not the fermented food, the quality, the nutrient for the fermented is not very good. So the fermented food is very interesting and very nice to be our health. And for the fermented food, they have the microorganism. The microorganism in the fermented food have the beneficial for our health. For example, that can improve for gastrointestinal health. We will talking about this thing. What is the fermented food? For example, we are in the diversity countries. So many countries, they have exactly the special of the fermented food. For example, hangzhou. Hangzhou is the fermented food from the China. This is the steam cooker and cool fermented food for the cook of the rice. They cook for the months, and then they use the microbe for fermented. For making the alcohol, for making the acid of this flavor of hangzhou from the China. The microbe in the hangzhou is, for example, Rhizophus, Aspergillus, and there is some of bacteria, for example, acetic acid bacteria, and some of the yeast, for example, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, Candida, and Hanseníola. So there is another fermented food. We can find ketchup. Ketchup is from Indonesia. Maybe Prof. Hisham already know about the ketchup because we are already eat ikan bakar. First time we eat the ikan bakar and using this ketchup. This is the fermented fruit from Indonesia, and they use the Aspergillus oryzae and some of yeast involved in the fermentation of the ketchup. Ketchup is very famous in Indonesia. And the others is tuak Bali. Tuak Bali is from Indonesia. This is one of our research in our labs. It's looking for the microbe has potential as a probiotic from Tuak Bali, Indonesia. And the microbe that involved in Tuak Bali for Indonesia is very interesting because we can find the yeast that there is no found in other countries. Why? Because if we found the microbe in the original from the countries, it's very different niche of the microorganism. So looking for the microbe, looking for the potential from the fermented food, especially yeast from other countries or our countries, this is what we are supposed to do. And the others is Aglelima. Aglelima is the fermented food from cassava root. They use the Lactobacillus, Bacillus, and Candida cursei for metabolite from fermentation of this cassava. This is from Ghana. It's very famous in Ghana. And this is sayur asin, or we can call it in Indonesia is asinan. Yeah, asinan. This is fermented from mustard cabbage. They use the bacteria, and some of the yeast can be found in this sayur asin atau asinan or asinan. The yeast we can found in this fermented food is Candida shake and Candida Guelmordii. So if we were looking for sayur asin for one area to the other area, we can find different microbe, different taste, different flavor of the fermented food. And this is tempoyak. Tempoyak maybe our brother from Malaysia very know about this. And I will isolation of the yeast. When I'm looking the fermented food, I want to isolation the yeast. So the tempoyak, maybe I will go to Malaysia and I will isolation about the tempoyak. Tempoyak is the traditional Malaysian food. This is from durian, Duria gigabetus. They fermentation, that incubation around 4 or 7 days. I'm not looking for the tempoyak from the microbe, but I'm looking the diversity of the yeast from the durian. We're making the metagenomic studies. I will show you that so many microbes in one piece of durian. So that's maybe we will talking about later. And this is the kefir. Kefir is a fermented food. They both of bacteria and yeast working together. So not just UNJ and UTM working together to make 50 publication. Kefir too. Kefir making a good taste, good for our health. The collaboration between bacteria and yeast to make very gelatinous source of this meal for the kefir. Okay. And this is the yeast. Maybe not all of our in this room have know about what is the yeast. Yeast is very nice microorganism. I love yeast. That's why, because I'm a mycologist. Yeast is one eukaryotic microbe fungi. This is unicellular. They can produce with budding or with fusion. With there's so many various species of the yeast. The yeast it's very interesting why they have very they can adaptive in many situations, in many environmental, in many source we can found of the yeast. Yeast we can found, for example, the substrate we have has glucose, have very nice the substrate, for example, from the pyroflane. Pyroflane is from the trees, from the trees, from the root, from the many other substrate. And the yeast, the very interesting of the yeast, they have probiotic potential. What is the probiotic? That's very interesting. What is the probiotic? Probiotic is a life of microorganism have benefit living in a host, living in our body, living in the animal, or living in they have to live. They have live and they have the good very potential for our health. We can eat that probiotic if they are viable microorganism. They can live. So we can consume that the microbe to very useful in our body if they have viable. What is the beneficial of the probiotic? So many beneficial of the probiotic. That's why for the first I meet Prof. Hisham, we go to Malaysia and he gave me a lecture about the probiotic. Dr. Daniel and Prof. Hisham maybe remember we go to the Malaysia in maybe 3 years ago, first time we meet, and he gave us the lecture about the probiotic. That's why we concerned to continue what about the probiotic. What is the beneficial of the probiotic? Probiotic have many beneficial. For example, we doesn't need use antibiotic to taking the medicine because the medicine is very dangerous. For example, in this situation, in this COVID situation, we have to hike our immunity. One is the beneficial of probiotic is hike the immunity, and we doesn't need to take the antibiotic if we have a good microbe in our body. So why we have to eat the probiotic? The probiotic is reduce the symptoms of diarrhea. So that's very dangerous for our health. If we Salmonella typhi, maybe with Prof. Mukti, we're not very good with this probiotic and the Salmonella typhi, but we're working together, not in this moment. Probiotic bacteria support our growth of intestinal microbe, the good microbe in our intestinal. So if we taken the probiotic in our body, so we will conduce that each microbe in our body is very good. That's supposed to our health. That will supporting our health. The body natural defense of microorganism and currently much evident positive effect of probiotic in human. So I taking from the Manas fermented fruit and vegetable of Asia, a potential source of probiotic. The potential of the probiotics we can divide is 3 categories for metabolite effect or immunomodulation, or the others is for intestinal microbial composition. So if we want to know about what is the beneficial, the probiotic of what kind, we want to intestinal microbe composition. We want to this probiotic is beneficial in the intestinal composition. So if we want to use this about the intestinal microbial composition, we have to a lot of tests to know about, is this okay for a source microbe of the probiotic, and what kind of test or what kind of assay we have to know about this. For example, if we want to know about the intestinal microbial composition, we have to know about, is this our microbe can support digestive process? Can prevention about the indigenous pathogen? Can the leaf from the our metabolism of our in our stomach or in our kidney or in our source of mechanism or health in gastrointestinal. So if we want to know about is there's our microorganism have a beneficial in immunomodulation, so we have to know about the assay. So we have to continue the assay to know about in our microorganism can stimulate of immunity, can prevent of respiratory disease, or improve resistance to allergy, and so on. So if we want to know about our microbe have metabolite effect, so we have to know about the lactose hydrolyzed, bile salt, disconjunction, lower toxic, and there is. So if we want to know this microbe have potential of probiotics, so a lot of tests we have to pass away. So not very easy to know about which one the probiotic. I remember one of the microbe from the yeast that's very commercial about the source of probiotic is just Saccharomyces boulardii. That's very famous. So looking for another yeast, it's very challenging if you want to about this microbe. Okay, we know about the fermented food now. We know about what is the beneficial of probiotic. We know about the microbe, for example, of yeast can be a probiotic source. So where we can get the microbe? Well, what kind of sources? What kind of source we can get the microorganism? For the yeast who has potential of the probiotic, we can find from fruit, from vegetable, and from fermented food. That's the source. That's the source, the main probiotic properties observed for microorganism isolated from food, from vegetable, and one is the fermented food. From fruit, what kind of fruit? What kind of fruit we can find the microbe? This is very important. One is the indigenous fruit. We are looking for the yeast from the indigenous fruit from Indonesia. For example, lobi-lobi. Lobi-lobi is indigenous, just has lived in Indonesia. Or the other fruit that come from Indonesia or from the Malaysia, we can find the which have the potential of the probiotic. We can find from the guava, apple, peach, grape, papaya, and so on. And from vegetable, we can find the lettuce, cucumber, coffee bean, and olive or cocoa. Yeah, we are already taking about the microbe from the cocoa fermentation. So many theobromine cacao. It's so many microbe from there, especially yeast and bacteria. This is another source of the microbe. And for the fermented food, I already talked about our previous my slide. And what kind the genera of the yeast we can find that have the potential of probiotic. The genera we can find that have potential as a probiotic is Pichia, Hansennia spora, Glyphiromyces, Mitschkonovia, Wickerhamomyces, Torula spora, Aurobasidium, Yarovilla. So many. That's not just Saccharomyces boulardii, not just only. So we have a change in our collaboration with our UNJ and UTM. I hope we can produce that microbe, for example, yeast that have potential as a probiotic. And for the bacteria, that is so many. I'm not talking about the bacteria, I'm talking about the yeast. This is the microbe, this is the yeast, the genera of yeast we can find that have potential of the probiotic. Saccharomyces, this is the Saccharomyces. This is a very cute microorganism with circular, with very smooth, and I like it very much. This is Candida, and this is Rhodotorula. Rhodotorula have pigment, the red color that can we found about the cosmetic or and so on. So many potential of this, not just a probiotic. They produce enzyme that can produce a lot of good microorganism. Metabolites, and this is another Sporula spora, Cryptococcus, Hanseniola, and Debaromyces. And this is an example, example about the yeast we can find in potential. For example, the kombucha. Kombucha is a sugar tea that has been fermented with yeast and bacteria. This is very beneficial that can reduce the alpha toxin. The toxin you produce from microbe, filamentous fungi. If you always every day taking this probiotic, so I have guarantee 100% we will help. And this is one of our project in Universitas Negeri Jakarta collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have connection trouble. Maybe Dr. Dahlia will continue to present her presentation. Dr. Dahlia. Okay, the news is there is a blackout in UNJ. Yeah, because there's construction work. And due to construction work, because UNJ have a new building. So maybe the electricity got troubled this time. Maybe Dr. Dahlia will be back with us in a moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to fill the attendance list. Maybe the committee will share the link to be completed while we wait the Dr. Dahlia to come back with us. The attendance link have been shared in the chat box. Can directly go to the link and complete the form, and the certificate of attendance will be delivered to your email directly just after you complete the form. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Dahlia.
Assalamualaikum.
Here.
Hi, I'm
Glad you
here.
are okay.
I must disappear.
Okay.
Is it magic?
Dr. Dahlia, maybe we can proceed to give some response to the question from the audience. Is it okay?
The question, I'm not yet finished, but it's okay.
Okay.
It's depending
yes.
of you, my handsome moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Dahlia. We have the first question here from Dr. Siti Zulaiha. Probiotics are commonly safe and used widely in developing functional foods. However, there is a report that probiotics may trigger gas, bloating, and trigger allergic reactions. So why do some people react poorly with these ingredients? Do you need to directly answer the question, or we can continue to the second one?
I'm directly maybe.
Okay, thank you. Please, Dr. Dahlia.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the nice as probiotic is come safe, but some of tiger of allergy creation. When I said about my presentation, that's so many tests we have to do before we working for the market. For example, the problem we have to know about is this allergic or not. This is clinical safe or not for human or for our body. So we have to know about the other. We have to use the test for the probiotics. Some people have the reaction, but some people no. For example, one of the probiotic is lactobacillus. They use they looking for the lactose allergy, but if you taking the yogurt, it's okay for the allergy of the lactose. So that's specific of microbe. It's specific reaction about this microbe, about the yeast. So we have to pass so many essay to know about this. That's Mr. Han.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Dahlia. And the second question from Dr. Umi Humaya, is there a difference between the advantages of probiotic yeast and probiotic bacteria? So far, we know that bacteria probiotic is commonly used as commercial, like Lactobacillus casei or etc. Why so? And maybe you can also respond to the last question from Dr. Esmar. What is the most critical problem to be solved for probiotic to replace antibiotic? Please, Dr. Dahlia.
Thank you, Umi, and thank you, Dr. Esmar, for the very difficult question. Okay, what is the advantage of the probiotic yeast and probiotic bacteria? There is no difference. Each microbe have its beneficial, and each microbe, but even though that's yeast, even though that's bacteria, have their own specifically. For example, yeast, Pichia quadragevi, they can provide it the Aspergillus flavus for if you are taking, if you are using this candidate of probiotic. But for the lactobacillus, they produce the acetate metabolite metabolite secondary. So every its microbe they have every its advantage. And for the last answer about question about the what is the most critical problem to solve for probiotic to replace of antibiotic, we all know about if you are taking the antibiotic in our body every day or every each very high composition of the antibiotic, it will reduce our good microbe in our body. So this is very, if the very good microbe, it is reduced in our body. So microbiome in our body, the good thing is it will disappear, like me, like that. I'm a disappear, so it's very not good. So we have to replace the antibiotic with another substrate that can be beneficial as a prebiotic in our bodies. That's Dr. Han.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Dahlia for a very excellent presentation about science behind fermented food, especially prebiotics. And to be informed that we can enjoy treats of prebiotic drink if we visit Dr. Dahlia's laboratory. Maybe the audience here could visit her lab one day to try the prebiotic drinks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a crowd for Dr. Dahlia for her very well discussion. Okay.
Thank you.
Now please, Dr. Siti Aliani to lead the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Han. So moving right along, I am happy to invite our next speaker, Dr. Nur Izzian Wanazili, presenting on polysaccharides in cosmetics. A little bit background on Dr. Nur Izzian. She is an associate research fellow in Institute of Bioproduct Development. Her research expertise include enzyme technology, enzyme immobilization, carbohydrate analysis, biomass pretreatment, biomass conversion, process optimization, and enzyme kinetics. Currently, she is working on pretreatment of biomass for efficient delignification, enzymatic hydrolysis, and optimization for high sugar production, enzyme immobilization for trans-esterification for biodiesel production. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nur Izzian.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Aliani, for the nice introduction on me. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to all. Okay, may I share my slide? I will try to share my slide. Okay, I think I cannot, because normally I have problem to share using Zoom. So may I ask Ms. Aliani to help me to share my slide?
No, it's online.
And okay, okay, may I start? Okay, for this afternoon, I will be presenting on sharing something on polysaccharide for cosmetic, as I am currently the associate fellow in the Institute of Bioproduct Development, which is attached under the unit of cosmeceutical and fragrance. Okay, next. Okay, so why polysaccharides is chosen for my study, my current study, and also my previous and current and future study. I will be focusing also on this polysaccharide. So polysaccharide ventures the start of our dreams. Next. Okay, so the key concept. Okay, sorry for the font. I think in my layout, I am using another font which is easy to read, but I don't know why it turns out like this. Okay, so the key concept of polysaccharides is this it is under the class of carbohydrates, and polysaccharide is also known as a primary energy source for all life on this earth, including human, animals also, which is also the major organic building blocks in our human skin. So the molecules that contain carbohydrates can be quite complex polysaccharides, such as a long sugar change, and a proper balance of these sugars is the critical ingredient for us to formulate a healthy skin structure. Next. These are, I've listed a few of the well-known polysaccharide characteristics. The first one is polysaccharides has the ability to repair the dry skin and also to improve skin elasticity. So this is we and also my team, the unit of cosmeceutical, is try to embark more on using this polysaccharide to be embedded into our cosmetic formulation. So it is also expensive because we know that most of our surrounding that we be easily found consists of polysaccharide from the plant, from the fruit, all consist this polysaccharide. And it is also natural and mild effect on the skin. It is also degradable. Even now, people are converting from using the conventional unbiodegradable plastic to biodegradable plastic. So they are using these polysaccharides also. And also polysaccharides is highly compatible with biological tissues. Currently, the study in pharmaceutical sector, they are also researching on how to maximize these polysaccharides into their medical purpose. For example, to produce artificial bone, artificial ligand, something like that. So, and also polysaccharides, because the building blocks is mainly sugar, it is water soluble polymer. Next. So there are actually so many sources that we can actually found this polysaccharide, as I mentioned previously. So I've listed here, I've categorized into 4 main sources. Actually, there are more. So the first is from animal polysaccharides, which, for example, I put here the chitin, which is the exoskeleton of the prawn. We can also find it in crabs and also so many animals or organisms that is having exoskeleton. So so as I mentioned, we can see in the literature there have been so many published study in using this chitin. Okay, and we also know that chitin has a very potential source of carbohydrate to produce lots of valuable products. And also we have botanical polysaccharides. This is also interesting. For example, even either we realize it or not, the most famous aloe vera, it is them also having this carbohydrate, this polysaccharide carbohydrate source, and also the papaya, the chia seed, and so many others, so many more. Including our herbal plant. All of this botanical and also herbal contains this polysaccharide in their structure, or either in their leaves or in their stem, in their roots. All consist of this polysaccharide. The difference may be in terms of the composition of this polysaccharide. For example, the composition of polysaccharides in the stem maybe differ from the plant, and so on. And also, we can also find polysaccharide from microbial. This is a new branch of study in producing this polysaccharide, which is now emerging. We can find it, for example, microbial or microbes that can produce polysaccharides. For example, the well-known Aspergillus niger. We also have the most famous bread yeast, the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, also can produce polysaccharide, and Ximomonas mobilis, and there are other few more also that can have the ability to produce these polysaccharides inside them. And also here, seaweed polysaccharide, which is organism inside under the sea or inside the water. We call it a seaweed. Including red algae and brown algae. The most studied one is the brown algae that people have determined that inside this seaweed they contains high content of this polysaccharide, which can be a good raw material to produce other products, especially for me and my team. We are extracting this polysaccharide from the seaweed to be embedded into cosmeceutical product. Okay, next. Next. Start. Okay, so why polysaccharide? So again, because I am under the cosmeceuticals, so I will be focusing on the benefit of polysaccharides in terms of cosmeceutical application. So polysaccharides are responsible for the skin's natural ability to hydrate, especially to hydrate and retain water. So it has been proven in so many studies that it has the ability, it has been proven actually to hydrate our skin and also to retain water. We have these terms of humectant and occlusive. We will go through this later. They are also critical for skin repair, to repair the damaged skin, and also for skin renewal. So repairing and renewing the skin is a simultaneous action that is occurring on our body, throughout our body all the time. Either we realize it or not. Okay, next. So polysaccharides in cosmetic products. Polysaccharides are omnipresent, which means it is everywhere, ingredients everywhere of cosmetics. They do an absolutely reliable job in silence. It is because it is natural, so it is mild, so it is in silent and far away from all the too fleeting active ingredients. That is why we are no longer aware of the mechanism or the actions taken by this polysaccharide. These naturally derived polymers constructed with simple sugar building blocks. So polysaccharides, it is a long chain of sugar. The building blocks or the basic or the monomer is actually our sugar, including it can be the simple glucose sugar or sucrose and any other sugar. When it is formed in a long chain, it is called polysaccharide. So and are hydrated in an aqueous environment. Thereby, it has the ability to create a gel structure called hydrogel or hydrocolloid. Okay, next. So I've listed here some of the benefits of polysaccharide in terms, specifically in terms of cosmeceutical product. So it can improve the sensorial properties, which can brings the stability in the formulation of the cosmetic product. And second, SPS enhancement, which means it provides moisture control in the formulation. And this is also helps in the hydration and skin and also for skin renewal. The fourth one is AHA exfoliation. It improves the appearance of superficial fine lines in the skin. As we age, we can see more fine lines appearing on our skin. So by having or by applying any cosmeceutical ingredients which contains polysaccharide can improve or somehow remove the existence of these fine lines in our skin and provides film forming and as well as skin tightening. So it is very good for products, for anti-aging products especially. And the third, and also finally, reduce TWEL, trans epidermis water loss. So indirectly, it protecting the skin barrier function, because as we know that our body contains of 70% of water. So this show how critical or how important it is for our body to have enough water, to retain enough water, especially our building blocks of our body is the cell. So the cell, the inside the cell contains of water. So this shows how important for us to keep young, to keep looking young. So we need to have sufficient or enough water to be retained in each of our scalp, in each of our cell. Okay, next. So polysaccharides main effect in cosmetic, I've listed here, there are 5. So this is the main 5, which is the first one is for anti-aging or anti-wrinkles, the same thing. And also for thickening. So normally they put polysaccharides ingredient to thicken any cosmeceutical product also. And for skin hydration and for chelating, as chelating agent, it is acting as somehow like a solvent also to make the emulsion or the formulations homogeneous. And also, and interestingly, it has also the advantages of UV protection. So this is also a new, quite a new study on proving that polysaccharide has also the potential to be used in sunscreen product because it has this UV, some kind of this UV protection. Okay, next. So, okay, this is the main thing is for hydrating. So by implying any polysaccharides inside our cosmeceutical product, so it can improve the sensory, the visible, and the tactile characteristic, which mean it can improve the feel of dryness. So it can remove the lackluster surface, the appearance of cracks or even fissures on our skin, and also remove the rough and uneven structure on our skin. So in this one, application of skin hydrating cosmetics is not only to hydrate the skin, but their skin also benefits ultimately enhance the aesthetic preference of the skin. Okay, next. So this is the main how shall I say the main characteristic of hydrating the skin and preventing the water loss. This is the terms that is normally been used, humectants and occlusive. So what is humectant is actually the how it attract and transport water into the skin. Okay, for example, the famous product having this hyaluronic acid. So it is the mechanism or the action is by this humectant. It attracts the moisture or the water from outside and it transport the moisture inside our skin. That is called humectant. And the other one is what you call the occlusive. So occlusive is it stop the water that is naturally exists in our skin to be evaporated. So humectant and occlusive, it seems in roughly in general it seems quite similar, but in terms of the mechanism or the action, humectant it absorbs moisture from the outside and it brings into the skin, but occlusive it retains the original moisture inside the skin and preventing it from being evaporated to the environment. So these are the two main mechanism or actions that polysaccharides can have or can give to our cosmetic formulation. Okay, next. So this table, I've listed a few types and properties of polysaccharide in cosmetic. Some maybe you have already familiar on it, such as the agar, which is basically the galactose, and can be found in the origin is normally the red algae. So if you can see from this table, most of the application is using polysaccharides as thickening. Gelling agent is also for thickening, so as a thickener and also as a stabilizer. And also the carrageenan, the chitin, as I mentioned, from the exoskeleton of the prawn, you can obtain the chitin. So it is also instead of having this thickening effect, it also some of them also can act as antimicrobial agent, which can inhibit a certain strain of bacteria. Okay, so there are a few more. Maybe you can go to the next slide. Next. Okay, so here also I've listed dextrine, guar gum or Arabic gum. If you have heard it before, I'm sure most of you here have already familiar with Arabic gum. So this guar gum or also any gums, basically the main ingredient is this polysaccharide, and even the famous hyaluronic acid to hydrate our skin. And then when our skin is sufficiently hydrated, so it can give us or maintain the young looking skin. Okay, so there are a few other functions instead of thickening. It can also be as an encapsulating agent, also thickening and chelating agent. Okay, so basically as a thickener lah, normally as a thickener and stabilizer also. Okay, next. So for the few, I also, okay, xanthan gum also included in this polysaccharide. Okay, moisturizing agent, the function is also as emulsifier, moisturizer, binding or carrier. Okay, and a few also. Okay, next. So classification of polysaccharides in cosmetic, I've divided here into two, which is the first is functional polysaccharide, and also another one is active polysaccharide. Some paper just make this into one. It is the same thing, but I divided here for just for clarity between what is functional polysaccharide and what is active polysaccharide. So for functional polysaccharide, it is basically, it is claimed that based on their functionalities, in terms of their function, that they are being put into the formulation technology. So they give their certain function to be embedded into the formulation. While for the active polysaccharide, it is based on the role or ability of hydrogel or this hydrocolloid to mobilizing water to the contacted skin. So there are quite a distinct claim between functional and active polysaccharide. Okay, so for functional polysaccharide also, it can be categorized also into four more subcategory, which is anionic polysaccharide, cationic polysaccharide, non-ionic polysaccharide, and also amphoteric polysaccharide. So where these different four types of functional polysaccharide, they have their own characteristic which can suit for a certain application. Okay, so active polysaccharide can obtain it in most, I can say in most source, plant, animals, and even microbe. Okay, so as mentioned in the previous slide, all of these either functional or active polysaccharide, they are used for gelling, stabilizer, moisturizer agent, and so on. Next. So either you are aware or not, in our daily life or in our surrounding, we are being bombarded with all those products which contains or which might contains, basically there contains these polysaccharides. Okay, but maybe different type of polysaccharides. So from toothpaste, mouthwash, our facial or cleansing foam, gelling mask, especially we have the thickener, of course, inside that, shampoos and hair conditioners, body lotions, and liquid soaps or deodorant, even perfumes. It also contains of this certain type of polysaccharides that is been put into this product to have certain function, to bring certain functionality. Okay, next. Okay, so what we have been doing in me and my team under the cosmeceutical product, which consists of Dr. Nur Hayati, Ms. Zaitul Ifa, Ms. Azza Ishaq. We are doing, we have last 2 years, I think, we have tried to embed polysaccharides from brown algae, which is a species from Eucheumia species, to be embedded into the hand sanitizer. Because at that time when COVID triggers, the first time when COVID trigger, most people, every people are using the hand sanitizer, which is basically the containing mainly alcohol, either ethanol or propanol, isn't it? So and then they figure out that when people consistently apply this hand sanitizer, some people where they have sensitive skin or problem skin with any problem, so they have this feeling of irritation, and especially when the skin has some wound on the skin, they will feel this hurting or burning sensation when they apply the the conventional hand sanitizer containing the alcohol. So we are trying what we have did previously. We are trying to, in terms of improving the formulation, the alcohol, the formulation of the hand sanitizer by embedding this eucheuma or brown seaweed, where we know that from literature, from various literature, they have proven that it can give moisture and it can also treat the wound. It can heal the wound. So this comes the idea when where we want to try to have just embed this eucheuma extract into the hand sanitizer. So this is the general process that we have done. The eucheuma species, we obtain it from also a local Malaysian brown algae from Sabah area. Okay, next. So after a few stages, then we have this kind of gelling process of the seaweed, of the brown algae, to find or to optimize what is the best concentration that can be embedded or what can be mixed together with the alcohol to improve the hand sanitizer formulation that can suit everyone, from kids up to adult. Even for those who have sensitive skin, we are hoping that this formulation can improve so that their skin, when they apply this formulation, their skin is not wouldn't hydrate very fast. Okay, so this is the optimizations process of me and my team to obtain the best concentration of this brown algae to be embedded into the hand sanitizer, because it is a very jellying, having this very jellying characteristic. So we need to really optimize the best concentration so that it can be acceptable for consumer to wear or to spread this hand sanitizer onto their skin. Okay, next. So finally we managed to come out with this prototype of hand sanitizer. Actually, we have performed two. We have formulated two types of hand sanitizer. The first one is the hand sanitizer for all, which is for adults, and the other one we have tried to formulate a hand sanitizer which is suitable to be used for kids. Okay, with slightly different concentration of the ingredient. Okay, next. So we also have performed antimicrobial testing, and we compare it with the conventional or the commercial hand sanitizer that we can find it in the drugstore. So interestingly, the performance is the same, and some of it show a good antimicrobial effect on a certain microbial that we have tested. Okay, next. Also, we have performed a sensory test around 30 respondents, randomly aged between 19 to 50-year-old, including men and women. So we have provided them with 3 samples, unknown 3 samples, where it consists of actually commercial, the commercial hand sanitizer, and the other second sample is our own sample. So we have performed this sensory test, and from the result obtained, that we can see that the consumer feels that our formulation is acceptable and is quite comparable, is in par with the commercial hand sanitizer, but with improved formulation. Okay, next. Okay, so this is what I've mentioned. We have actually produced 2 prototypes. The first one is for the general, the adult, and the second one is for the kids hand sanitizer. Okay, next. And also we have obtained granted the IP for the trade secret in terms of the formulation for these 2 hand sanitizer. Okay, next. And also currently is in a discussion to license the product. Okay, next. So to sum up my presentation for this afternoon, all of the this polysaccharide or any other extraction using any type of from any sources, it must start with a startup, which is determination of a suitable or preferable type of polysaccharides, because different type of polysaccharide, they have different characteristic which may brings different benefit to certain applications. So we need to know what is the function of the active ingredient or the function that this type of polysaccharide can bring to us. Maybe it is for gel thickening, or maybe can be used for moisturizing, or it can be used for, the current one is for UV protection. So we need, first of all, we need to determine what is the main thing that this type of polysaccharide can brings to us. And then so we start with the extraction, selecting the best extraction method, because by from the extraction we have so many type of extraction. If you can compare in the literature, there are so many extraction that can be used to extract even the same extract. They to obtain the extract, it can have up to more than 2 or 3 different types of extraction. So to produce any product for any certain application, we need to screen what is the best type of extraction for our own raw material, and then we need finally we need to analyze the characteristic to confirm whether the functionality or the active ingredient of that extracted polysaccharide is still there or not. Okay, and that brings to the success of the product that we have invented. Okay, next, I think that's all for my part. Okay, maybe the last slide. So I've put here also the drawbacks of polysaccharide in cosmetic, as as we all understood that all of the things on this earth, they must have the advantages and the disadvantages. So this also applies to this polysaccharide where it also brings some drawbacks, whereby in terms of the extraction, the drawbacks is the first drawbacks is because polysaccharides is a very complex things, because we can have so many polysaccharides, so it is difficult for us to obtain the consistency in terms of the composition, because different batches of the same maybe the same plant or the same seaweed may have different composition. So this is one drawbacks, that how do we ensure the consistency in terms of, especially when we are embedding these polysaccharides into our commercial product. So this would be one of our challenge to be tackled. And the second drawback is the differences in quality and the chemical purity. Also, this is also related to the first drawbacks for the composition inconsistency. And also the third one is difficulty in chemical analysis of the polysaccharides and their finished product, because the difficulty of the chemical analysis is also due to the variation of different batches, and also in terms of the stability, because dealing with biological organism or biological things, the stability is a very critical aspect that need to be considered, because compared to chemical, biological is more unstable. Okay, it can be denatured quite easily when it is exposed to harsh chemical and so on, harsh condition and so on. So this is also another drawback when dealing with polysaccharides, and not only polysaccharide, when dealing with biological things. Next. Okay, I think that's all. So I will end my presentation for this afternoon with a thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Izian, for a nice, fruitful polysaccharide sharing. So there's a question which is, hey, Dr. Izian, did you and your team conduct the food grade test for your hand sanitizer product? Actually, to what extent this test is considered as important?
Sorry, carried out a food grade test.
Yeah, so she asked whether the hand sanitizer product has been tested for food grade tests. So to what extent this test is considered as an important one?
For the hand sanitizer, because currently we did not do that food grade test because we are using the alcohol that we are using for our hand sanitizer is not the food grade ethanol or food grade alcohol, because when we use a food grade chemical, the cost will increase. So when cost increase, so this will ultimately affect the price of the hand sanitizer. So the commercial hand sanitizer that we can find in the drugstore, it is not using the food grade alcohol. It is using the industrial grade only, because it is not to be consumed to be taken orally. It is just to be applied on our skin. So we think that maybe you can consider, but apparently up to now we are not testing on the food grade, having any food grade test for the hand sanitizer. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems that the seaweed polysaccharide has been applied in hand sanitizer. So I think we will be expecting more products from Dr. Izian from this
Inshallah.
seaweed polysaccharide. All right.
Thanks also, I would like to thanks also to all my supportive team also, because by this collaboration we can have this prototype, and it is ready to be licensed.
Yes, it's a teamwork. All right. So is there any other questions from the floor? So I think that's all, Dr. Nur Izian. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum. Okay, without further ado, I'll pass the floor to the moderator, Dr. Han from UNG, for our very last speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Siti Aliani, for the very nice presentation. I'm sorry. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, don't leave your seat because we still have another presentation from another cosmetology expert. As we know that last presenter was Dr. Nur Izian, has been presenting her presentation, her research about cosmetic. I'm sure all women in this meeting was fully concentrated to get as much as information about how to prevent their skin from aging, right? And our last presenter also from cosmetology. She is Dr. Neneng Siti Silvi Ambarwati, or we can call her Dr. Silvi. She finished the doctorate degree in phytochemistry, pharmacy faculty from University of Indonesia. At this time, she is working as lecturer in cosmetology department, Faculty of Engineering of Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Her research focused on natural products for drug and cosmetic discovery and development, extraction technology, and cosmetic ingredients or cosmeceuticals. Dr. Silvi, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Han as moderator for the opportunity. I will share screen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sparing your valuable time to join in this workshop. It's an honor to talk to you all in this event. In this opportunity, I would like to deliver my presentation about natural products in cosmetic. Let me begin by definition of cosmetic. We know that cosmetic are substances or materials used to improve one's appearance. The definition of cosmetic according to the Food and Drug Administration FDA states that cosmetics are substances used in the human body to cleanse, beautify, promote, attract, or change appearance without affecting the structure or function of the body. These cosmetic ingredients are used by rubbing, pouring, sprinkled, or sprayed on, or inserted into or applied to any part of the human body, and includes any articles intended to be used as components of cosmetic. Places of application of these cosmetics are skin, hair, teeth, nails, and eyes. Let's move on to the next issue, the fact about cosmetics. The emergence of undesirable effects of using cosmetics, the presence of chemicals in cosmetics that have an adverse impact on health. Even though after reviewing the toxicity profile, it is safe to use. There are several skincare products that in the long term can cause side effects, such as allergies. For example, the use of methyl isothiazolinone, which is a substitute for parabens as preservatives. Then diethyl phthalate DAP, which is a fragrance ingredient and is to interfere with the endocrine system, and many more. So that the continuous use of cosmetics can increase the amount of harmful substances that accumulate in body human. This leads me to my next point, which is replacing chemicals with natural ingredients can certainly reduce the side effects caused by using cosmetics. The Natural Product Association (NPA) defines natural products as products that contain 95% or more of natural ingredients. As some of you may already know, the ancient cosmetics have used natural ingredients as cosmetic like kohl, henna, olive oil, and miswet. Kajal or kohl is a popular eye cosmetic and has been used since ancient times. Kohl, or also known as surma, is made of stone or minerals and is claimed to keep the eyes cool and clean, improve vision, and prevent and treat eye diseases. Henna is a shrub plant known since ancient times as a strong dye with the Latin name Lawsonia inermis L. The use of dried henna leaf powder for hair coloring and body decoration. Olive oil is an ancient beauty secret gaining popularity as all natural beauty product as moisturizer for body and hair, helps skin feeling smooth and glowing. Miswet is a twig put this into from the Middle practice and Eastern Arab tree have a use by Muslim healthy diet centuries before and lifestyle. The advent of the toothbrush maintained strong white teeth right into old age. In Indonesia, like in some other country, natural cosmetics are growing fast because people realize the importance of non-chemical raw materials and cosmetic ingredients. Taking advantage of Indonesia's natural wealth, local cosmetic producers innovate using natural ingredients to produce quality products that have high economic value. Innovation for cosmetic products are carried out by exploring local cultural wisdom. This makes the cosmetic product from Indonesia successfully enter the global market. Indonesia has traditional cosmetic like lulur, bedak dingin, bedak mangir, which is hereditary ancestral heritage. What are herbal cosmetics? There are the cosmetics which are prepared using plant products having cosmetic action. Recently, the use of botanicals in cosmetics have increased mainly due to the mild action and non-toxic nature. In cosmetics, both natural and phyto ingredients are used. Natural products include oils, extracts, secretions, etc. Phyto ingredients include pure constituents obtained by various processes. The herbal approach of proper skincare is principally based on 3 essential steps: cleanse, nourish, and moisture whatever may be the type of skin. These 3 steps are external care of the skin to protect from the constant effect of environment, stress, and skin's natural process of cell degradation decay. Herbal cosmetic for various types of skin. For dry skin, example of herbs, we can use tripla, tulsi, or fruit face mask like banana or avocado pulp. For sensitive skin, example of herbs, curcuma longa, nimba, and coconut oil, fruit face mask like banana or pineapple pulp. For oily skin, example of herbs, nimba, jatipata, terminalia arjuna, curcuma longa, and fruit face mask like strawberry or papaya pulp. Use of herbal cosmetics. Aloe vera benefits. It keeps skin looking smooth and supple. Delays visible sign of aging like fine, healing crack heals, and moisturizes the skin. Sandalwood benefit naturally clear skin complexion and add a healthy glow to it. Like in the dropping skin tissues, provide youthful appearance, effectively in fighting the bacteria and fungi, prevent the breakout of pimples. Rose benefit. Rose water is a natural toner for skin, prevent dark circles below eyes. It helps to lock moisture into the skin and keeping skin feeling smooth. Jasmine benefit. It mild fragrance, make natural anti-deodorant. It helps strengthen the roots of the hair, effective cure for scrapes, wounds, and cuts. Antiseptic properties help keep skin infections at bay. Papaya benefit, it helps in removing dead skin cells. It helps prevent balding. It is used to treat sore and crack heels, used for skin whitening. Cucumber benefit, it removes dark complexion. It reduces freckles. It helps in removing dark circles under eyes, and it helps in soothing and softening our skin. Coffee benefit, it plays a crucial role in regulating cell regrowth. It is beneficial for hair fall, increase skin elasticity, and protect skin against UV rays. Health for skincare, we can use green tea or Camellia sinensis or turmeric or curcuma longa. Tea benefit, adds shine to dull hair, eliminate darkness around the eye area, increases the resistance of the body against various infections. Turmeric benefit, help lighten stretch marks, effectively reducing fine lines and wrinkles, quick relief of accidentally burned skin, antiseptic, anti-inflammatory, and antibacterial properties. Anti-aging treatment, we can use carrot or Daucus carota or henna or Lawsonia inermis. Types of herbal creams and lotion. There are 4 types: cold creams, finishing creams, cleansing creams, and face lotions. There are some examples of plant materials that can be used for skincare creams and lotion. Lotion and creams, a mixture of oils and water. Water makes moisturizes lighter and easier to absorb. And for creams, roughly 2:1 oil to water ratio, thicker moisturizers but still spreadable. Moisturizers that contain water have a shorter shelf life, so they need special ingredients to stop bacterial and fungal growth and create a stable formula. There is an example of the formula for the cream. And there are some examples of plant materials that can be used for cleansing creams. There are some examples of plant materials that can be used for anti-aging. Types of herbal hair care products. Hair oil used for dressings and nourishing the hairs and grace to appearance of hairs. This preparation is generally used to increase the growth of hair and remains healthy. For example, arnica and shikakai. Hair lotion has a stimulating effect. upon the hair follicles. They are generally perfumed with oil of rosemary and other action as it possesses a good stimulating property. Types of herbal hair care products, hair colorants. These are preparations which are used for the coloring of the hairs. They enhance the attractiveness of gray hair. They are applied externally on the hair with help of brush. For example, Lawsonia alba. Shampoo preparation of surfactant in suitable form, liquid, solid, or powder, which when used under the condition specified will remove surface grease, dirt, and skin debris from the hair shaft and scalp without affecting adversely the hair, scalp, or health of the user. For example, Acacia consina. For hair care, we can use Amla or Emlica officinalis or Almond or Prunus dulcis. There are some examples of plant materials that can be used for make the shampoos. There is an example of the cosmetic formula with natural ingredients for clarifying shampoo base. Surfactant. We know we need a surfactant for make like shampoo, and surfactant are divided according to the ion, leading to the categories anionic, non-ionic, cationic, and amphoteric. These groups determine how and what a surfactant can be used for. It's common to mix surfactant from different groups in order to boost their properties. Many cleansers have a primary surfactant and a secondary surfactant to enhance cleansing abilities. However, we can only use on surfactant decyl glucoside. There are some examples of the materials that can be used for surfactant from the suppliers from a natural product. Decyl glucoside is a mild natural surfactant made from corn, coconuts, and sugar. It belongs to the non-ionic group of surfactant that are milder than anionic surfactant like sulfates. Due to this, decyl glucoside is a common choice to use in both baby products and cleansers geared toward sensitive skin. There are some examples of plant materials that can be used for preservative. And there are some examples of plant materials that can be used for emulsifier. And there is an example of the cosmetic formula with natural ingredients for make clarifying shampoo. And there is an example of the cosmetic formula with natural ingredients for make conditioning shampoo base. There are some examples of plant materials that can be used for hair color. Herbals used in dentifrice. Dentifrice are the preparation intended for use with a toothbrush for the purpose of cleaning the accessible surface of teeth. Ingredients use soap powder, saccharin, amaranth solution, oil of cinnamon, oil of peppermint. There are some examples of plant materials that can be used for toothpaste and mouthwash. Herbals used in nail care. Fungal infection of nails are very common and difficult to cure. The conventional treatment of nail fungal infection is expensive and long-term. We can use Lavandula officinalis, Melaleuca trifolia, and Cipobogan citrates for nail care. And for nail polish, we can use celluloidal film, amylacetate, and eosin. To obtain cosmetic raw materials from natural ingredients, of course, we have to do research. And we have tried to do research on several plants, especially plants from Clusiaceae family, because these natural ingredients are rich in active ingredients such as xanthones, flavonoid, benzophenone, and anthraquinones to obtain natural ingredients for use in cosmetic products. First, conducting pharmacognostic studies of the plant material use. This is our research, and after extracting the plant material, phytochemical studies were carried out to identify the secondary metabolite present in the extract. This is our research too. We know that for prevent skin aging, we use antioxidant and inhibitors of the hyaluronidase, collagenase, and elastase enzyme. Elastin bundles up collagen and maintains elasticity of the skin. The presence of elastase enzyme that breaks down the elastin and exposure the ultraviolet rays causes skin elasticity to become fragile, and the skin loses its elasticity and the formation of wrinkles. So to prevent premature aging, an anti-elastase activity test from some plants like in this research. This is our research about anti-elastase activity of methanolic and ethyl acetate extract from Garcinia latissima. And we did anti-elastase of leaves and stem bark extract of Garcinia dedelentera 2. And we did elastase inhibitory activity of methanol extract and hexane extract of Garcinia xanthochemus 2. The next thing is about skin lightening cosmetics, where we know this is related to the tanning process, which is influenced by the role of the tyrosinase enzyme, so that the use of materials that can inhibit the work of this enzyme can inhibit the tanning process. And we have tested the inhibitory activity of this tyrosinase enzyme on several plants, including Garcinia dedelentera, Garcinia xanthochemus, and Garcinia latissima. And we already know the presence of antioxidant can also help prevent aging due to UV rays. Therefore, we have also tested the antioxidant activity of several fractions of the extract, such as the fraction of the methanol extract of Garcinia latissima leaves. This is our research, and the fraction of the ethyl acetate extract of Garcinia latissima leaves about activity of the antioxidant. And this is our research too about antioxidant activities of fraction from Garcinia latissima stem bark methanol extract. And we did the research too for Origanum vulgar stem bark extract to antioxidant activities. And from several isolates that we obtain from the isolation results, such as 6-deoxyjacarbene, this is our research, fridelin, this is our research too, and robusta flavon and amintoflavon. We try to do a docking test. Molecular docking is carried out to determine the activity of compounds by understanding the interaction on the receptor ligand complex with computational methods. And this is our research about in silico molecular docking analysis of isolated compounds from Garcinia latissima on elastase enzyme and its physicochemical and drug likeness properties. the resume of the of this time, the advantage of the natural product, they do not provoke allergic reaction and do not have negative side effect. They are easily incorporated with skin and hair. With small quantity, they are very effective as compared to synthetic cosmetic. Extracts of plant decreases the bulk property of cosmetic and gives appropriate pharmacological effect. Easily available and found in large variety and quantity, and easy to manufacture and cheap in cost. And the disadvantage, they are difficult to hard taste and other. Most of the herbal drugs are not easily available. Manufacturing process are time consuming and complicated, and no pharmacopoeia defines any specific procedures or ingredients to be used in any of herbal cosmetics. The conclusion and the usage of herbal cosmetic has been increased to many folds in personal care system, and there is a great demand for the herbal cosmetic. The use of bioactive ingredients in cosmetic influence biological function of skin and provide nutrients necessary for the healthy skin or hair. There is tremendous scope to launch numerous herbal cosmetics using appropriate bioactive ingredients with suitable fatty oil, essential oils, protein, and additives. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting presentation from Dr. Sylvie. So now we know that natural material to be used for flawless skin and strong hair, right, Dr. Sylvie?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And ladies and gentlemen, now I invite all audiences to involve in a discussion session. Please drop your question on the chat box so Dr. Sylvie can respond to your question. Is there any question for Dr. Sylvie?
Enough, Dr. Han.
Okay, maybe I have one question for Dr. Sylvie. I'm very curious about how long it takes some natural material to be used in commercial cosmetics. I think because nowadays we know that there are many herbal cosmetic that has been marketed around us. So yeah, I think that's very interesting. How long it takes to natural cosmetic to be marketed, ready for marketing. Okay, Dr. Sylvie.
Sorry, Dr. Han.
Yes.
The signal is bad.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. In vivo human. Yes. And the question about do you plan to conduct any efficacy study of herbal cosmetic on in vivo human? Yeah.
Yeah, it's from Dr. Nur Hayati. Yeah, please.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Nur Hayati, Nur. And good question, yeah, about efficacy test maybe, yeah. In Indonesia, we have safety assessment guidelines, plant raw materials, and for cosmetic, especially for cosmetic, from Directorate of Traditional Medicine, Standardization Cosmetic and Complementary Products, Food and Drug Administration, Republic of Indonesia, 2017 and 17. And the guide contains recommendation regarding data or information that should be collected to examine or some part of plants, help shrub, trees or their extracts, including juice, plant oil, etc. And for the cosmetic, we must do many essay, especially we only recommended for genotoxicity according the test guidelines, and we need UV absorption test, skin sensitization test, irritation test, and systemic toxicity. I think the irritation test is urgent for we do it because the irritation is very more accident in the application of the new cosmetic. So we can use PET test, PET test to the human, on the human, and we can do clinical tests with doctor, and we can do it in hospital. Okay, Dr. Han.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sylvie. And we have the last question from Professor Muktiningsih. How many natural products in your research until now that has been explored, especially from Indonesian natural product? Please, Dr. Sylvie.
Natural products, yes. I already result of the 28 extract, and after that I did fractionation too, and did isolation from the fraction too, because if I have some isolate, I can know what secondary metabolite in our plants, so we can know what secondary metabolite can have many activity for our cosmetic, especially for anti-aging or for whitening and for antioxidant. Okay, thank you, Dr. Han.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sylvie. I think we can have one more question for Dr. Sylvie. Okay, I think we have no more question for Dr. Sylvie. Please give applause for Dr. Sylvie presentation. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Sylvie.
Thank you, Dr. Han.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have already followed all the speakers' presentation in today's UTM IBD UNJ one-day workshop. As the collaboration gets more intense, UNJ and UTM will hold a biannual online conference, which has been established since 2018. On this memorable occasion, Mrs. Sri Rahayu will promote our next conference, the Science and Mathematics International Conference, SMIC 2022. Please welcome Mrs. Sri Rahayu.
Thank you, Dr. Han. Would you please help me to share the poster? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of the committee, we would like to invite you to join our third conference on Science and Mathematics International Conference 2022, which is also our second conference collaboration between UNJ and UTM. There will be more than 10 speakers from around the world, just like from Singapore, Austria, Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, Turkey, and then also Thailand and France, and also from one more is New Zealand, I think. we have already informed you with the dates that you might be able to register to our conference. It will be held on September 2022 on the 17th of September 2022. And then here also we have give you the information of the registration fee of conference. And not only conference, we also organize a workshop for big data analysis and also design thinkings of education. And for further information, you can access to our website. We will give you the link for the website after this. And then you can also send us your email with our email address here, smic@unj.ac.id. So I think the collaboration will not stop here. We are hoping very much that you will join with us again in the next third SMIC, and there will be not the same without you. I think your contribution to our forum will benefit much for both of us. Thank you very much, Dr. Han Han, for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Rahayu, for the promoting our next conference. We hope that all of the audience here can submit their research and finding to share their research and finding with other people in other countries. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now arriving in the end of today's agenda. So now I invite Professor Muktiningsih Nurjayadi to deliver her closing remarks. Professor, please.
Thank you, Dr. Han Han. I think Prof. Hesham first.
Okay.
Please,
sorry,
Prof.
okay.
Hesham.
Okay, because this is the joint collaboration workshop. Okay, we can share the screen together. So now, please, Professor Hesham El Ensasi to deliver the closing remarks, please.
Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. We come to celebrate this joint workshop. In my talk, as closing this workshop, I would like just to give some remarks. First, for us, it was a great milestone to have 50 joint publication in such less than 3 years or almost 3 years collaboration. And I remember now one of our main person who was contributed with us in almost 50% of this publication. And I would like to ask you to make Dua al-Fatiha for Marhuma Rosalinda Malik, who was contributed and as well was waiting for this moment to celebrate with us. Bismillah. Thank you all for this excellent workshop today. I'm very happy that we start as a small group with a microbial with 4 or 5 people in this collaboration. And following after this, we have now the big family coming together. I'm very happy for this one. It means, inshallah, we hope in less than 5 years, we're going to have celebrating our 50 joint publication. I'm very happy to have such a strong partnership, University Negeri Jakarta, as one of our main collaborators, not only in Malaysia, but in the whole Southeast Asia. We move all together now in a bigger agenda, as we all discussed, I think, as maybe going for joint laboratories soon. And in addition to that, join the organized conference, not only in Asia, but also with our partners in Europe, as we are now in discussion. With this, I would like to thank everyone who makes this event fruitful, and speakers, the organizers, from IBD and UNJ. And special thanks to the corporate of IBD, Dr. Siti Zulaiha, who was not able to be with us today. And we hope, inshallah, she is going to have a better health very soon. And again, I would like to thank you. And we hope we're going to have nasi lemak in Malaysia or grilled fish in Jakarta together very soon, inshallah, and celebrating more collaborations. And I hope now the team know each other's. We know the emails of each other, especially the new teams in the herbal products, in the food, in cosmetics, start to collaborate, inshallah, for making a bigger success for this collaboration. And soon we're going to celebrate many other events together. Thank you very much all.
Okay, continue with me, Dr. Han Han.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
Professor, please.
Yeah, first of all, I would like a special thank deliver to Prof. Hesham. He is very very helpful, very nice to help us, and then we collaborate each other. And I is very happy today because all of us, as Prof. Hesham told us, we are in the big family now. We start from the small group, and I wish in the 3 years later, we have the growing up and with the big family, not from Indonesia and Malaysia also, but Prof. Hesham say with the others country. For example, he invited me to collaborate with the Turkey and with the others country. So we are growing together and then help each other to make our nation to make the higher quality, not only for the lecturer, but also with the student and others party. Thank you, Prof. Hesham.
Thank you.
I will invite you, especially in SMEC 2020. I wish the Omicron is going. We just collaborate with the COVID-19. Yeah, so the COVID not make us not doing anything, but the COVID make us more closely each other. Thank you very much. And also for the UTM team, especially for Dr. Zulaiha, to make us like a family today. And I very agree. We also for the Linda, Dr. Linda. Dr. Linda is make us like she is my special sister. For Dr. Linda, Dr. Zulaiha is very help us between or during the collaboration. So I wish Almarhumah will Allah will give the best for her, and then for us we will continuing the collaboration bigger and bigger. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nisi and Prof. Hesham for the closing remarks. So, thank you very much to all speakers and members of the floor for your time participating this afternoon session, and a big applause for everyone who stays the whole day. So it has been a pleasure being with you, with all of you today. Conclusively, I wish everyone, ladies and gentlemen, a great success for work. So thank you very much all again, and see you in the next event. Thank you very much, everyone.
Can we take a picture together again? Okay.
Right.
Please, Mas Aid.
Okay, I will take a picture.
Okay, maybe all participants can turn on the camera.
Please give sign.
Okay, and make take a count. 1, 2, 3. Slide 1. One, two, three. Okay, finish.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
don't want to
Thank you
miss
very
this meeting, actually.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for
And
UTMP,
Bye-bye.
Professor.
Thank you,
See you in
Mopti
the
and the team.
Professor workshop.
Thank you.
hopefully we can see again on Speak.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.